Good morning to all of you. I'm Davide, Sighele. I'm a journalist of Osservatorio Balcani, Caucaso. I have the pleasure and the honor to moderate this morning of works. Today is the second day of work of this Congress, Mobility and Migration within Europe. It's a Congress promoted by UNAIE and Trentino and Mondo and financed by the European Union and by ESA. This morning will be dedicated to the migrations, immigration and immigration in the east of Europe. It's a very particular topic which involves many countries and also Italy, because many are the links between our country and this geographical area. Before we start and presenting our guests, I would like to clarify some technical issues. First of all, it will be possible to ask questions to the guests. You cannot do it directly. You cannot do it by dialoguing with me, but you can subscribe to the YouTube channel and you can ask your questions there. They will be sent to me by our collaborators. So you can ask questions and then we're going to read and answer the questions. Our speakers, with the exceptions of the first two, you will have we will have 30 minutes for each speaker, and then you will have 15 minutes to ask questions. Then now I would like to introduce all the guests all together, and I would like to welcome first of all Irina Diana Mădroane and Alexandru I. I am sorry for my pronunciation if it is not correct. Irina is a professor of linguistics, applied linguistics and cultural studies at West University in Timisoara, in Romania. Her main studies are the critical analysis of the discourse and the question of the identity of migrants and media. Together with Alexandru I, they will speak about this. Alexandru is a researcher at the National University in Bucharest, the capital city of Romania, and he's the director of the Research Center for Communication. He specialized in topics as the public discourse. The two researchers from Romania, which I would like to thank for their speeches, are going to speak about this, not directly about migration in their country, but how media of their country and international media read and interpret these dynamics. This topic is particularly crucial. We know it also for the debate which developed in Italy, and it is also crucial for all the countries in the east of Europe. I would like to repeat that as for Romania, there are so many links which characterize our two countries, also linked specifically to the topic of migration. In Romania, for example, there is a so-called Italy syndrome, which characterized teenagers and children, which are children of people who migrated in Italy to work as caregivers mainly. They are mainly mothers, and so many children in Romania had to suffer from the absence of their mothers. So technically, medically speaking, this is a syndrome. After the two researchers from Romania, we will move to Hungary. Sorry, to Bulgaria. We will listen to Rumen Valchev. He's director of the studies in the Open Education Center Foundation, and he works in Burgas. In the past, Valchev was also vice minister for the education for the government. After him, we will move to the center of Europe. Gyorgy Laitaj is an expert of the world of work, and he's a director of ETOTS, which is a non-profit body which helps trade unions and workers who deal with the control bodies in private businesses. So we're going to have an in-depth analysis of the topic of work. And then finally we'll listen Caterina Ghobert. She's an expert of the Balkans. She has a series of studies in Bosnia, Croatia, Bulgaria, and Macedonia. She worked for human rights in Bosnia, and she is doing a PhD at the University of Vienna, and she works with the Osservatorio for Balkans. So this morning we're going to have a lot of work, so I will give the floor to Irina Diana Mădroane, and I would like to remind that Irina and Alexandru will have to split their 30 minutes, so roughly 15 minutes each. Sorry if sometimes I'm going to remind you that you will have a limited time. So welcome again, and I will give the floor to Irina.
Thank you. We thank the organizers for inviting us to give this talk. We are honored and delighted to be here and to be able to share with you insights from our research on Romanian intra-EU labor migration in the media. Our research is part of a years-long project. We have carried out in a team of colleagues coordinated by Professor Camelia Beciu from the University of Bucharest. The topic that we are going to talk to you about today, low-skilled migration, however, is a new topic. And while we build upon previous work, we are also interested in new aspects, specifically in the emergent theme of the exploitation of seasonal migrant workers that came to public visibility and prominence last year in the months of March and April during the coronavirus lockdown and because of the macrostructural context generated by the pandemic. As probably many of you remember, public opinion in European countries was shocked last year in March, April, to see the lockdown restriction measures lifted and seasonal migrant workers from Eastern European countries being facilitated travel to Western European countries where they were supposed to do work in sectors of the economy that depend upon this type of workforce. For example, fruit and vegetable picking in agriculture, work in certain industries, the meat processing industry in Germany, construction work, informal care work, and other sectors. What was shocking, apart from the images of migrants that acquired this mobility when everybody else was confined to the safety of their homes during the coronavirus restrictions, was also the shock, was also the fact that they were exposed to abuse and exploitation, as it turned out. To dire conditions in which they received accommodation and work, to improper healthcare and medical assistance once they started falling ill with the coronavirus, because that was the major risk at the time. This is the reason why we consider this type of mobility acquired by seasonal migrant workers a form of immobility rather, given that it brought to public attention underlying injustices and inequalities that were known about but had previously been ignored by officials, politicians, and other policy makers. Prominent at the time was Germany's case, where there was a situation both in agriculture, asparagus picking, and in the meat processing industry. And the Chinese meat processing plant is a notorious example in this sense. Deutsche Welle has taken a special interest in exposing the conditions in which migrants worked and lived, the migrants who worked for this plant, which has closed down in the meantime. And what happened was that coronavirus outbreak took place among 15,000 seasonal migrant workers at this plant. Many of them were from Romania, Poland, Bulgaria, and North Macedonia. As a result of the debates that were sparked at the time in media, in the media and political spheres, Germany is the only country that, to the best of our knowledge, has made some policy changes to improve the situation of seasonal migrant workers. So the broader points that we are interested in our work and in this newly emergent theme on the public agenda is whether it is going to lead, or maybe it has led to a new public awareness of the situation of seasonal migrant workers from Eastern Europe, on the one hand, and on the other hand, whether it is going to bring about further change in legislation to secure their rights, or whether it's going to fade away. Romania's case is not singular among other Central and Eastern European states. Romania, as a source of emigration, and because all these countries are part of the ex-communist regional context, after the overthrow of communism in 1989, 1990, they all entered a lengthy process of transition to capitalist economies and democracies that caused economic recession, unemployment, and created the condition for emigration. Romania stands out, however, as a massive source of migrant workforce, not only in the European Union, but worldwide, alongside Poland and to a smaller extent, Bulgaria. And as you can see from data from the European Commission in 2019, Romania supplied over 50% of EU movers. And OECD data from 2015-2016 also placed Romania at the top of neighboring countries as a source of emigration, also in terms of the rate of emigration. The Romanian diaspora is very large. It is not exactly known how many migrants there are. Conservative figures place the number at around 3.6 million, whereas there is also talk of 4 and even over 5 million migrant Romanians worldwide. These trends started, as we have mentioned, in the 1990s, but Romanian emigration took an impetus in the years 2000, starting with 2000 when Romania was invited officially to become a new EU member state. And after that, we can speak of particular landmark years, 2002, when Romanians could travel without a visa in the Schengen area, to 2005, when the volume of remittances sent by migrants to Romania increased by 35 times, and which also showed that the rate of emigration had intensified and that networks were formed Main destination countries being Italy, where we have the largest community of Romanian migrants, Spain, Germany, France, and the UK. And 2007, when Romania became an EU member state, obviously marked a peak in that regard. All this generated profound changes in Romanian society, new practices, new relations between migrants and non-migrants, between state institutions and the diaspora. And in this context, the topic of Romanian intra-EU labor migration and all the aspects associated with it have become a permanent subject on the public agenda. And this is how we started researching the topic. And my colleague will say a few words about our theoretical and analytical approach.
But very few. We've labeled this perspective that we approach the perspective of the sending country in a counter-distinction to a broad tendency that is to focus on the migrant in his or her destination country, in the host country. But this broad tendency started being challenged in the last 2 decades, and it's gathering momentum. Because as one of the leading scholars of the field puts it, migrants are, after all, people who come from somewhere. And where do they come from? This is a perspective that is seldom ignored. And what kind of impact in the public sphere and in the political life have their practices, again, is something that is frequently missed of the picture. Our basic starting point that is articulated fully in a book published 3 years ago, Debating Migration as a Public Problem, National Publics and Transnational Fields. So our approach rests on transnationalism as a concept, and we look specifically at the relation between migrants' actions in the destination country and those who act in reaction to them in the country of origin, but also the other way around. So this relation between what's happening in the two countries. This relation between there and here and how media contributes to this relation is our main focus. And what we can notice is that media in Romania constructs the sending country, constructs Romania as an actor in a transnational field. For instance, media speaks of image country and how those working abroad contribute to it or even maybe damage it. Media speaks about those who left and why they left, generating social problems. For instance, as you mentioned, children being taken care by their grandparents. Most time, it is the media in the host countries that triggers this kind of reaction from Romania media, but the reverse course of action is also possible. And the point is that the perspective of the sending country, as we define it, emerges from the symbolic struggles in the Romanian public sphere over the representation of the Romanian migrants in the media of the host countries. Both political and media actors attach tremendous significance to such representations, relating them to national community and identity, which, through migrants, is repositioned in a transnational social field. In this type of media debates, public problems are constructed. For instance, shall we tax remittances? Yes. And throughout the debates ensuing from such questions, identities are constituted. Who is, for instance, this us on behalf of which media speaks? What is our symbolic position in the European Union as emerging from this debate? But also through these public problems, symbolic missions are ascribed to migrants by the media. Media reports on how they represent us, those in Romania, how they make us proud. If they are our ambassadors, that means if they are sources of representations about Romania. And also, media produces thus symbolic hierarchies and exclusions. One can read about good migrants and bad migrants, about migrants that make us feel proud or migrants that make us feel ashamed. Finally, a very few words about how a public problem is articulated. The key element here is the fact that there is a fight over competing definitions of a problem in the public sphere, and this competing definition of the problem generates different perspectives and alternative framings of the specific issue. And for the moment, this will do. I turn back to Diana to present the debate.
Okay. Continuing within this framework, relevant findings of ours center upon the strategic uses of symbolic categories such as the Romanian diaspora, the new diaspora formed through intra-EU migration, which allow various public actors, media actors, politicians, institutional actors to attribute different characteristics, different forms of identification to Romanian migrants. And as my colleague was saying, to associate claims to what migrants should be like and what they should do and how they should relate to the country. So to engage them, these are all attempts to engage them in various projects to make claims of their belonging, regarding their belonging to the national community, their moral duty to remit, but also the rights they should benefit from, and what the country of origin, but also the host countries should do to improve these rights. So in that sense, we talk about instrumentalization, the instrumentalization of the Romanian diaspora, and various representational categories and patterns have been created in public media. Alex, if you could move on the slide to the next one. Another one, okay, thanks. Media representations and symbolic categories that can be identified along two axes of visibility in public discourse: highly skilled migration on the one hand and low skilled migration on the other. And the identities, the expectations, the claims made around these two axes and concerning these two broad categories can be very different. Highly skilled migrants generate talk of exodus, the doctors' exodus, the engineers' exodus, the brain exodus, ultimately also the young people's exodus, which triggers claims that they should be brought back or they should be kept engaged with the country of origin. On the other hand, we have a marginal diaspora that is prone to criminality and that tends to be associated with the Romanian Roma, an anti-heroic diaspora compared to the migrants who remit and who are considered the saviors of the Romanian economy, for example. And the categories of victims, the so-called Romanian slaves, and this is where Romanian seasonal migrant workers belong, the strawberry pickers, the badante, which is the Romanian form of the Italian badanti. It refers to the informal care workers who are women and who look after the elders in Italy, but also in other countries in the European Union. And the vulnerable categories of the children and the elders left behind. And this is relevant because at policy level, we can also identify certain courses of action that are mapped onto these two axes of public visibility. As we were saying, the entrepreneurial attempts to engage the entrepreneurial diaspora, to encourage them to invest in the country, to open businesses, the so-called brain gain strategies on the one hand, and on the other, the social protection projects that can be targeted at vulnerable categories, but where things are quite slow, move quite slow. So against this background of thematic continuity, the COVID-19 pandemic has provided a new structural context for new media voices to be heard, because in Romania, the topic was brought to public attention and debate by a journalist. And Alex will say more about that. So on left-wing journalism platforms and on social media. And this new theme where the physical mobility of the low-skilled migrants, actually a form of symbolic immobility, has brought up a series of issues. And Alex, if you can move to that slide, a series of issues that have to do with exploitation on the one hand and on the other with East-West divide in the European transnational field, with marginalization and racism, a special form of racism because it's targeted at white people, right, Eastern Europeans, the issue of second-class EU membership for post-communist states, which was present in public debates before, but now gained a new aspect, a new dimension. So Alex will continue with the public debate on Romanian migrants and how that is emerging into a public problem.
Okay, so it's just an example of how this theme emerged, and it's a theme specific to this pandemic. And we are having a closer look at a series of articles that aim to go beyond mere reporting of events, claiming to identify structural causes. The articles deal with the context of the seasonal workers that have been hired for agricultural labor, more specifically asparagus in Germany, but the story is the same with the Tonia's case in the beginning. In an Europe under lockdown, completely immobilized, special derogations and arrangements are made through bilateral agreements so that Romanian seasonal workers become mobile again and can go to work. Besides accusations of double standards addressed to authorities, stories of abuses emerge. Improper accommodation, salaries not being paid, identity cards retained by the employer so that the worker couldn't leave. COVID cases go unreported, transforming dormitories in an outbreak of infection, and medical care not being provided or even refused by the employer. That's the standard reporting of the issue. And we have at first an article by a Romanian left-wing independent journalist, Costi Rogozanu. The article is called Operation Asparagus, published in early April, and notice the detective story framing from this article. But the asparagus case is taken as merely symptomatic for a broader tendency. Several days later, an enriched version of the article, written together with a professor of economics in the United Kingdom, Daniela Ghobert, is published in The Guardian as an open editorial with a huge impact. And the title asks, are Western Europe's food supplies worth more than East Europeans' workers' health? And at the end of the year, in December, we have this scientific article in a prestigious journal of agricultural studies, which basically makes the same claim, yes, written by an anthropologist and two economists, one of them, Daniela Ghobert, writing for The Guardian previously. So it is important to notice the circulation of the thesis in different public spheres and communities, from the Romanian public sphere to the international one, and combining voices of evaluative journalism and expertise. The article in The Guardian builds on the economic disparities between post-communist Eastern Europe and the affluent West Europe, emphasizing that in many ways the asparagus cutters, salad pickers, and care workers represent the most efficient form of labor in Europe. Cheap, highly productive, untaxed, even if humiliated, and a potential public hazard. Europe's political economy has created the post-communist universal soldier, claims the article. The somehow unfair point is that despite various uncoordinated, circumstantial, and reactive efforts stemming from Romania or from various local authorities, at the end of the day, the huddled masses from the plains heading to the fields of Germany or Italy can rely on neither their own country nor the European Union. This begs, though, questions about what East Europeans have a right to expect after years of European Union membership. Is this it? This is what all that we can expect from it. And as we said, the ensuing debate allowed an increased visibility for a diversity of actors. Yes, and this is an emerging practice. This is something new. For instance, we have a German trade union, VBON, in the left of the screen, which got involved in supporting the Romanian workers at Bornheim near Bonn. This is an asparagus farm. It is a famous asparagus farm. And it is part of their modus operandi of this trade union to publish a web page in the native language of the workers, providing updates about the union's interventions, updates which are both for the migrants, but also for the media in the sending country as a way of reporting and connecting with the national public, and also for Romanian authorities. Then we have various types of labor activists, such as the middle example here, focused on a new media page, Romania, Țara Muncii Ieftine, Romania, the country of cheap labor, with a significant impact in new media, but also with providing data for further reports. And finally, we have, again, associations and NGOs supporting various types of unskilled workers, such as is this example, the last one, Right for Caregivers in Austria, providing mainly legal support for them, but also undertaking various information campaigns about rights, courses of actions, and logistics. And as we mentioned, the debate also had various trajectories, and Deutsche Welle is one of the main channels for reporting on in Germany. Yes, we have, for instance, interpellations here in the left of members of the European Parliament. Here, an interview with a Romanian member of Renew Europe, which is also a member of the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs in the European Parliament, about what are the structural actions that the European Parliament is thinking about in order to resolve these issues. While in Romania, we have interpellations of high-profile politicians, and we see here the actual president of Romania, Klaus Iohannis, and the former prime minister, and nowadays leader of the group Renew Europe in European Parliament, the title asking them, why do you pretend not seeing the dirty Romanian European secret, the secret being known by everybody, and that is that we have to provide cheap labor. Again, symptomatic, as Diana already mentioned, is that while the Romanian debate remained focused on political and ideological considerations regarding the European Union and the East-West axis, in Germany, it ultimately led to changes in policy, changes dealing mainly with meat industry and with recruiting and staffing agencies that were identified as a main source of abuse. So, to sum up, we have public visibility of the theme and debates in Euro countries depending on the country. Well, in UK, we have agriculture. In Belgium, agriculture and construction. In Austria, informal care workers. In Germany, agriculture and meat industry, with the debate resulting into new legislation. And we'd like to know, for instance, what is the case in Italy in this regard. And to get close to conclusions, nonetheless, the problem remains, and its formulation in The Guardian really embodies it. Why is the movement of millions of people in and out of quarantines doing essential but under-evaluated work not an European issue? So in relation to Romania, what is the broader impact of the pandemic on the issues of migration? The context brought back discussions about undervalued, cheap, but essential work of seasonal and unskilled migrants. The context brought back discussions about abuses and exploitation with the correlative rhetoric that have been gradually disappearing from the media discourse in the last 10 years, and the debate problematized on what is perceived as essential worker or workers and the double standards during lockdown, where the mobility of the low-skilled labor led to their immobilization in conditions of abuse. And for the last few minutes, I will allow Diana.
Okay, so to conclude, our work is only just progressing on this topic, and we are going to pursue it later, to pursue it from now on in the months to come as well. But questions that remain open to us and to the discussion here, perhaps, is whether and how this emergent theme will develop in the public discourses of countries of origin and destination, what new aspects it is going to bring to surface. And as we have been saying, there are many issues that were already known but marginalized because of the existing context now changed by the coronavirus pandemic. And which of these issues associated with low-skill migration will stay on the public agenda? Whether we can talk about transnational European dimension for this topic. There are also very many situations, very many migrant communities with their different problems among migrants. We have mentioned here the care workers, the badanti. They have, they are confronted with different types of abuse and exploitation and problems. We have different problems for the workers in agriculture. So there is also a specificity of all these aspects related to labor and to the rights and the situations that can be improved for seasonal migrant workers that deserve special in-depth discussion. And also whether these public debates that we are looking at and what gains visibility and prominence in the media and the claims made by civil society actors will have enough strength to contribute to policy making and to the improvement of the situation of seasonal and other low-skilled migrant workers, including migrant workers who are not from Eastern Europe. So we can extend this debate to other migrants from other parts of the world as well that are also gaining prominence in the public space following the refugee crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina Diana Mădroane and Alexandru I for their very stimulating speeches. I have various questions here, but some were asked directly by the public as well, so I want to ask a few questions and you can decide who's going to answer. So the first question, which we received via chat, faces a key point. If you see a family member going away from the country of origin, is definitely sad. Do you think in Romania there is a balance between migrants and immigrants? And I would like to add, what do the mass media do about it? Do they connect the topic of migration, that is, Romanians who decide to leave and those who try to stay in the country and look for their future in Romania? And I would like to give you the floor back.
Yes, thank you for the question. We haven't looked at this topic in particular. I can tell you that at the level of the public opinion, there are some differences. There are cases where migrants who have decided to stay behind are positively assessed as contributors to the country economy. There is also a fear of this massive immigration and the fact that the Romanian economy will fall behind. There are problems in Romania in particular sectors such as the medical sector and the healthcare sectors, because a lot of our doctors and nurses work in the European Union, and at policy level there have been attempts to prevent this brain drain, especially by increasing the salaries of the workers in the healthcare system. So this is a concrete measure that was taken. And a similar attempt was made for construction workers, so to encourage them to stay. So we have these measures at policy level, and then we have these opinions among the population that Romanians who stay, sometimes there is also a discrimination, let's say, between those who have decided to stay, in the sense that they could be perceived as a bit more gullible, in the sense that things are never going to change in Romania and they should better leave as well. So the debate can be quite challenging. Yeah. Alex, if you want to add something.
On the other hand, it's worth pointing out that, this problems produced by labor force moving in the European Union has to be addressed somehow. And we have this Western movement of the labor force where Romanians will work, for instance, in Italy or Spain and Germany. And you have more and more frequently emerging waves of immigrants in Romania. Yes, and we'll have people coming from Vietnam to work in constructions, for instance, or people coming from Thailand or from Philippines to work in bakeries, in food processing. And in this regard, yes, Romania is also a country, a destination country for immigration. And it's remarkable that the problems are quite similar. That means you'd have expected that after years of media reporting about abuses of Romanian migrants, the things in Romania, of Romanian immigrants, the things in Romania would be different. But instead, you're hearing most times the same kind of abuse stories.
Thank you. I will go over to another question. They ask me if and how the arrival in Romania of many businesses over the last 20, 30 years impacted on the economy. For example, we know that many Italian businesses decided to outsource towards Romania. How did they impact migration from and to the country? Were the working conditions getting better, or on the contrary worsening?
The kind of jobs, yes, it's an interesting point. And indeed, Romania has developed economically tremendously in the last 10, 20 years. And even before the economic crisis, it had a significant increase and in, for instance, GDP. And it is true that this kind of economic increase is relying up to a significant amount to foreign investments and investments from European Union in particular. Yes, and you will have different branches which would produce or which would lead to jobs and working offers in big cities. But that's a point of another point of relevant disparity, and this disparity is the disparity between rural and urban, which overlaps with the disparity between low-skilled and high-skilled migration, because typically these jobs are jobs for, let's say, corporations, positions in offices, positions in creative industry, even positions, for instance, in food chains, yes, restaurants and public services. These are positions that require skilled labor or at least semi-skilled labor, and they are focusing mainly on, let's say, big cities, while the basic pool for migration, for instance, for agriculture or for constructions, for European Union remains the rural Romania, yes, which is still lagging behind the structural development of the big cities in Romania. So it is a huge disparity between the urban Romania with its, let's say, economical advancements and increase in economic productivity and efficiency on the one hand, and on the other hand, the rural Romania, which lags behind and is still a source of cheap labor.
Thank you. Thank you for your very detailed reply. A further question may be more related to the mass media. Is the mass media narrative marked by a change throughout time when the migration gets older, if I can say so? So the Romanian communities abroad, how are they perceived by the mass media? Does it change in time if the Romanian communities have been abroad for longer?
We have noticed a continuity of the themes related to migration in the Romanian media, and there are certain representational patterns that have entered the public imaginary, and we have mentioned some of them. And of course, there are specific problems associated with this geography of migration, and there are even names for the Romanians who have emigrated to Italy. They are called the Italians in the Romanian press, the Romanian migrants in Italy, the migrants in Spain are called the Spaniards. Of course, a lot of focus, for example, was on Brexit and on the community of Romanians in the UK. So we noticed changes related to macrostructural contexts. So we've had focus on the rights of the Romanian affected by Brexit. We have a focus now on seasonal migrant workers. We have a focus, I mean, we did have a focus on the Badante, the Romanian women care workers in Italy, and on the Italian syndrome. There are television channels in Romania that have run campaigns on that. There are also advocacy campaigns for the rights of the children left behind by migrants, for the rights of the elderly, and sometimes they are associated with the communities where the largest numbers of Romanian migrants are, if the problems are specific to those communities.
To add up very briefly, so yes, we could see that after the Romanian integration in the European Union 2007, we've had a period of, let's say, 3-4 years when the discourse about migrants was very tabloidized. Yes, tabloid was very sensational, and then it led to a certain form of naturalization. It was part of the media routine, for instance, to report on what's happening on diaspora. And this kind of, let's say, normalization of the statute of the emigrant has been more or less reported in the same manner until the COVID context, when, again, as I pointed out, some of the older themes about exploitation and abuse re-emerged.
Yeah, and the topics are not always associated with the specific communities, but with specific concerns. For example, during the economic recession, when measures were taken by certain countries to prevent the inflows of Romanian migrants, the issue of freedom of movement was raised in the media. In Romania. Also in 2014 and in the year before 2014, when transition restrictions for Romanian and Bulgarian workers were lifted, there was a public debate about that because some countries, such as the UK, were considering extending those restrictions. So there are often changes in media discourse that have to do with specific contexts, not always with specific communities, but as I have said, there is an awareness of where the numbers of migrants, the largest communities are, and of some specific problems associated with them. And also an important aspect for this debate we haven't mentioned is that according to the OECD data I mentioned for the years 2015-16, Romania is, or the number of low-skilled migrants from Romania is higher than that of highly skilled migrants. And especially in Italy and in Spain, there is a concentration of low-skilled migrants, for example, from Romania.
So, at present, who is the decision maker about the decision to go out of the country of origin? Is the decision to leave Romania considered legitimate? Is it perceived as a form of betrayal? We saw that some sectors of the Romanian economy are suffering because of migration nowadays, but above all during this period, like the hospitals, the health sector. How is that perceived? A good choice or a bad choice?
Typically, and not necessarily in an inadequate manner, the blame is rather passed on the political sphere. So, indeed, you'll frequently encounter this kind of problem in the media. The doctors are leaving, the construction workers are leaving. How are we going to treat our health? How are we going to renovate our houses, and so on and so forth? And it was a tendency, but this was a very long time ago, to treat this kind of discourse as a betrayal. Yes, no longer it is the case. That the general tendency is to consider this decision as legitimate because people are better off in the European Union, working in the European Union and sending remittances in Romania. And even the political sphere acknowledges that through remittances, the economy of Romania has a lot to gain. So there is no longer this sense of betrayal or moral judgment associated with the decision to leave, although the problems remaining here in Romania as a consequence of this leaving are absolutely real and recognized by everybody.
To an extent, it has become a natural state. The people accept it. Even the parents who remain behind or the children accept it. And there are in the media, we have two aspects. We have the sadness, the sorrow of being separated from other members of the family who are living. And on the other hand, we have this understanding that they depend upon the money and the help, the financial help provided by migrants. And in some sense, yes, it has become a natural state for Romanians. And there is also political hope attached to Romania, to Romanian migrants who could, by remaining in touch at a transnational level, by voting or through migrant associations, would contribute to a change of mentalities and even a change in politics in Romania in the long run.
Just a last question, which will also introduce the next speaker, because he is the one asking the question. You already said that the topic was not the topic of your research. However, Mr. Laitaj asks if you have studies or statistical figures regarding the return of Romanian migrants to Romania, and if you can identify certain characteristics of those Romanians who partially work abroad and partially work in Romania, in particular employed in seasonal jobs.
Okay, Alex, if you can go back to the slide.
Alex, se puoi tornare alla slide relativa alla relazione della Commissione europea per quanto riguarda le statistiche, non le ricordo a memoria naturalmente, ma
and it has become, it has increased in the conditions of the pandemic as well, not this one, the previous one. So this European Commission annual report, which became available recently, also discusses return migration, and the return migration is important. They also emphasize the fact that Romania remains at the top of the countries that are a source of migrants, but at the same time there is a slowdown compared to previous years, and the numbers emigrating from Romania are smaller. I do not know right now the characteristics of those who return, but there have been many who have returned because of the economic conditions created by the pandemic, who have lost their jobs, and also low-skilled migrants. So they do return. I can tell you that students or the second generation of migrants, of Romanian migrants abroad, return to study in Romania. We have quite a number at my university. I'm not sure if there are studies on them, but we do have that phenomenon. So, Alex, if you want to add something.
Yes, based on anthropological research, if you ask any migrant or seasonal worker on his or her longer run plans, they claim to work enough to build a house and make a condition and return in Romania in 5 days. But it's typically happening that in 5 years, sorry, but it's typically happening that this 5 years turns to 10, 15, or even 20 years. So the tendency is, it is considered to be, let's say, the achievement of a period of seasonal worker to build a house, for instance, or to create a basis for a decent life in Romania and not work any longer. So none of the migrants, or very few of the low-skilled migrants, perceive themselves as migrating definitively in the European Union.
Thank you again for your interesting speeches. We faced topics regarding Romania, but also the history of the Italian migration, because these type of events keep repeating themselves throughout time. Thank you again for being with us, and I would like to give the floor to another speaker. Now we will move towards Hungary. We have a presentation by Gyorgy Laitaj.
Me? Dear friends, dear colleagues, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to take part on this very traditional and highly informative conference about migration and mobility in Europe. I have only the best memories about the past conferences held in Trento and about the friendly atmosphere created by the organizers. Before sharing with you the latest developments in the field of mobility, I would like to give you some information about the present pandemic situation in my country. While the so-called first wave in spring did hit Hungary far less than it happened in Italy. And here I would like to express my deepest sympathy with you for the suffering caused by the virus. But since late autumn, the spreading of the infection is much more extended in our country as well. The recent estimate for the infection is much more extended. It is close to 40% of the total population who is went through with the infection, and the number of vaccinated is under 4% with the first shot and only 2% with the second one. The cumulative death rate is alarmingly high. It is 143 per 100,000 inhabitants, not much less than the Italian figure, which is, to my knowledge, 156. The economic recession last year was, however, under the EU average. The GDP decreased by 5.1% due to the relatively good performance of the industrial sector. The government's recovery strategy is focusing on boosting investments both in the private and in the public sector, whereas the insufficient financial support aiming at employees and especially at the unemployed is strongly criticized by the trade unions. I will come back shortly to the issue of the pandemic at the final part of my presentation, but now I continue.
I'm sorry, Gyorgy. You didn't share your presentation, so we cannot see your presentation.
I will continue with the screen share, but I wanted to tell you something as an introduction. So I will continue with the screen share now. Okay?
Perfetto. Scusa per l'interruzione.
No problem.
Sorry for interrupting.
Okay. So back to the developments of mobility and migration in Europe and within Europe in Hungary. With the enlargement of the European Union and with the accession of the Eastern European countries after 2004, emigration and cross-border mobility within the Union has become a broader, natural, not extraordinary, but rather fluctuating, constantly changing process. The chart shows the share of migrant population aged 2064 in the EU countries by country groups of origin. The upper dotted line represents migrants from the non-EU area. The middle dotted line, the EU 15, the old EU member states, and the black continuous line, migrants from the new member states. While intra-EU migration from the old EU 15 countries has hardly changed over the time period, the proportion of arrivals from the new EU countries has grown rapidly since 2004 and has gradually exceeded the mobility between the EU 15 countries. although the proportion of controlled immigrants from the non-EU countries remains the highest, immigration of citizens from the new EU countries was significant.
I'm sorry, Gyorgy. I'm asked to share, if you could share your chart you're talking about, because you need to share the window. I'm sorry, but otherwise we cannot follow.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
As you did during the test, it was all right. So you just need to repeat that. I will ask you to be patient.
No problem.
Purtroppo il non potersi vedere dal vivo causa anche questi inconvenienti.
Can you see now?
It's normal to have this inconvenience.
Can you see?
But thanks to this technology, it's possible to share our views on these topics.
Can you see now? Do you see now the screen?
Ancora no.
Not yet.
Do you see?
Not yet.
Not yet. Mm-hmm. And now?
No, non ancora, mi dicono.
Not yet.
Because during the test it was proper, so.
Sì, prima non c'erano problemi.
My screen is indicating that it is shared, so.
Chiedono se può provare a
Could you please stop?
Ecco.
Now maybe we can see it.
Perfetto.
Can you see
Perfect.
Mi dicono che ora va bene.
Now the technician says it's okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so sorry for this. Again, then shortly repeat what I said. Maybe now you can follow it. So this chart shows the share of migrant population aged 64 in the EU countries by country groups of origin. And the upper line is showing the immigration from the non-EU countries. The middle dotted line is the old EU member states, and down the continuous black line is the immigration inside the European Union from the new EU countries. And here you can see that after 2004, when the borders were opened for labor mobility for the new member states, there is a steep increase in the rate of emigration, almost following the rate of the non-EU migrants coming outside of the European Union. So the demand for easier and cheaper access to workers from the new EU countries was intense, with high employment rates. Studies evaluating the outward migration found that the most important beneficial effects of cross-border labor mobility on the labor markets of countries of origin are increasing wages, decreasing unemployment, alongside with the negative effects of labor shortages in certain occupations. This chart demonstrates the dynamic of migration from the East European member states by the time periods of 2010, 11, 15, and 16 to 19. And these figures reflect the increasing emigration from the new EU member states, except Hungary. That was left largely untouched in the beginning of the migration movement. You can see this from the low size black column on the upper chart. So in the beginning, Hungary was not very much involved into the migration outflow, but this situation changed rapidly after 2010. Hungarian emigration started late, but has become a fast-growing and accelerating process. If we put the question, what deterred Hungarians, unlike from the other new EU countries, from taking the opportunity to look for work abroad after 2004, and what changed their attitude later, the answer is seen on this chart. It shows the average income of employees of the new member states in the proportion of the EU average in purchasing power parity. The upper line is the EU average, and below that, with varying distance, are the figures of the East European countries. Hungary's accession to the EU happened in a relatively favorable labor market situation. Unemployment was relatively low, especially compared to the double-digit unemployment rates in other accession countries. And the complementary unemployment benefits, childcare benefits, pensions, disability pensions were generous. This provided an escape route for those excluded from the labor market. The continuous black line shows the relative income level in Hungary in the beginning of the period, and also the deteriorating position in the later stage. The rather favorable labor market situation had changed in the years following the 2008 and 2009 financial crisis. In the wake of the budget tensions, the government has set up much stricter eligibility conditions for the subsidized early pension schemes, in some cases even with a retroactive effect. It has minimized the duration of unemployment benefits for 3 months, which is the shortest period now in Europe. Unemployment began to rise, and at the same time, the former low inclination to emigrate had changed. The speeding up of emigration coincided with the full opening of the labor markets in Austria and Germany, which are the traditional and important destinations for Hungarians to work abroad. Hungarian immigration quickly jumped to the forefront, similarly to the rapid emigration of the countries that took advantage of the opportunity that opened in 2004. Since our EU accession, 1 million Hungarians, or 20% of the active population, have been trying luck in working abroad. It is, of course, difficult to estimate how many of these 1 million people are currently abroad, as measuring return is not easy. Official data show that a population of around 600,000 can work now in Western Europe. This is roughly 13% of the employees in the home country. The majority of this migrant population is concentrated in 3 countries, Germany, Austria, and the UK. They are accounting for roughly 80% of the migration population. Added to this are some smaller but significant destination countries like Italy, the Netherlands, Ireland, France, Belgium, or Sweden. Not only the timing in the rate of emigration, but also the socio-economical structure of the migrants differs in the case of Hungary from the other new EU countries. On this chart, you see the emigration rate of different age groups and people with different educational level in comparison with the average emigration rate of the total working age population in Hungary. You can see that the average emigration rate of people in the 25-54 year age group, that is in the so-called good working age, and in the group with higher educational level, are exceeding the average, while the young 15 to 24 year age group, and especially the elderly, lag behind. The emigration rate from Hungary is lower than average also for those with low and secondary education level. The emigration of skilled graduates is often of the greatest concern in most sending countries. With the brain drain, the loss of skilled citizens seems to be a larger and more difficult task to replace. There are significant differences in emigration rates by educational attainment and by country. This chart shows the emigration rate by educational level for the new member states on the left side, and for comparison for the South EU member countries for Italy, Spain, Greece, and Portugal. According to the chart, in countries where the emigration rate is relatively low, the rate of emigration of tertiary and high school graduates is relatively high and above the average. In most of the countries in the East European region, the net emigration rate of the most educated did not differ significantly, ranging from 5 to 6%. In the case of Hungary, the rate is slightly higher, it is almost 7%. The rate of emigration of low-educated people is, however, very different in the examined East European countries, ranging from 2% in the Czech Republic to close to 30% in Romania. For comparison, on the right side of the chart, you see the similar statistics of the Southern European countries, and here we see a pattern similar to the East European. Cases of higher emigration are largely due to the outflow of low and secondary educated people, while elsewhere, in cases of lower general emigration rates, the emigration of the tertiary and higher educated people is relatively high. What is worrying in the East European countries is that the net increase in the emigration rate of tertiary and higher level graduates is high and growing rapidly. An important aspect of migration flow is the presence of circularity, the rate of exit from and the return back to the home country. Here you can see the rate of migration and of return in different occupational groups in Hungary in the past 15 years. The highest proportion of exit rate, see the black columns downward, was seen in catering jobs like cooks, waiters. Here the exit rate was close to 5% of the average annually, coupled with a relatively low return rate, see the gray columns upward. Thus, the net labor migration reduces the potential headcount in the catering jobs by 4% on average. The annual average exit rate is nearly 5% also in the construction industry, coupled with a relatively high return rate. The return rate is also relatively high in other industry-related occupations. But in case of drivers, there is also a high share find employment abroad. The return rate is relatively low. Despite a frequent reporting of labor shortage in retail trade, the proportion of those leaving retail jobs turned out to be below average from Hungary. However, this job showed the highest increase in the exit rate compared to the earlier period. Here are some additional factors influencing both the exit and the return rate of labor mobility in Hungary. Workers who had been in employment in the preceding year were less likely than the average to take up employment abroad. But those studying in the preceding year moved abroad to work in an outstanding high proportion. And here we should remember for the danger of the brain drain. The unemployed in the preceding year also constitute a high proportion of migrating abroad, but also a higher probability to return. This indicates that for them, both employment abroad and in Hungary is linked to short-term, often precarious work. Moving and working abroad is not a one-time decision. It is a life path with varying intensity. Those currently working abroad can return home after their first work experience and then take up work abroad again. Mobile workers inside Europe are consisting of a continuously changing mix of people. An interesting question is the process and the personal motives of looking for a job abroad. So I next will discuss this topic. How is the decision made by a person to go abroad to work, and what is the motivation to come back? The data I am going to share with you are coming from a sample based on online data collection among Hungarians living abroad in 2018. And this chart shows year by year the distribution of those currently living abroad. The dark line and the right axis shows the continuously increasing proportion of those working abroad in the given year. You can see that from those living abroad in 2018, only 20% was working abroad back in 2008. But already 88% was working abroad in 2016. Until this year, the proportion of Hungarians working abroad increased with a steep angle, and since 2016, it is staying at a flat rate. To the opposite, from Hungarians living now abroad, 80% was working in Hungary back in 2008, whereas the proportion is only 5% working in Hungary in 2018. That is at the date of the data collection. The continuously decreasing gray line is the proportion of people living abroad but still working also in Hungary. In 2018, it was only at around 5%. Respondents typically gained 4 years of work experience before choosing the long-term stay abroad. Those with a vocational education had the longest prior 7 years experience, with a mix of working abroad and commuting from Hungary. College and university graduates had a much shorter, in average 3.5 years, alternating foreign and local work experience before choosing the long-term stay abroad. This suggests that the most important thing for skilled blue-collar workers and for those with a low-level education is the employment itself abroad, while for higher-level education groups, the process of moving and working abroad can be determined by several motivations, not only to find a job. And for everyone who, after the gradual process of emigration is integrated into the work life abroad, it will be more difficult to return to the homeland. Let's have a closer look now on the personal motives behind migration among Hungarians. Allowing the possibility of multiple answers, the respondents had to value the different options from 1 as to the least important to 10 as the most important motive. The result was, not surprisingly, that the economic and labor market drivers were the most important motives. However, the unfavorable political atmosphere at home, that is in Hungary, was also an important factor, even more important than the poor domestic career opportunities. It is always an exciting question to examine the motivations for emigration by educational attainment. The responses proved to be very different and made it clear that the motivation for the emigration of the skilled and of the less qualified workers is not the same. For the low-educated people, job opportunity was the key driver. For skilled workers, higher salary, and for those with a college degree, career prospects, and also some non-material aspects, such as the bad domestic political sentiment, or the possibility of the child's education, or more favorable future for the children in general. It was also important. To examine the prospects of staying abroad or returning home, it was asked how people living abroad and in Hungary judge the perspective in their work and their life abroad or at home. The significant difference appeared in the assessment of the situation in Hungary. On average, people living in Hungary had the opinion that life is improving slowly, in line with the increasing wages and with better job opportunities during the data collection period. However, the Hungarians living abroad see their outlook in Hungary as deteriorating and consider them to be significantly more unfavorable than the opinion of those living at home. Skilled workers see job supply, earnings opportunities, and the work environment in Hungary significantly less favorable. Even if we assume that this assessment includes a justification of their current situation, the vast majority, 78% of Hungarians working and living abroad, think they will stay in the country where they are now, that is, abroad. High school graduates would remain abroad in the highest proportion, significantly more than primary school graduates, who would remain the least. The financial support sent by Hungarian migrants to family members at home increased substantially in parallel with the rate of migration. The tricolor line representing the Hungarian transfers indicates a steep increase in money transfer following 2010, similarly to the case of Romania. The $4.7 billion transfer by Hungarian migrants to the country of origin was the third biggest amount in the region after Poland and Romania. It exceeded 5 times the transfers leaving the country. Who are the receivers of the transfers by Hungarian migrants in the home country? According to the chart, families at the bottom of the income distribution are getting in a higher proportion transfers from migrant family members. This means that households having debts, difficulty with the repayment of debts, or families without savings are receiving in the biggest proportion financial support from migrant relatives. 50% of the households receiving financial transfers could not cover the cost of buying a €250 priced washing machine without applying for bank loan. The authors of the survey concluded that only with a modest improvement in the living conditions of low-income families in Hungary could reduce the rate of migrations of Hungarians substantially. Due to the high rate of emigration to Germany, Austria, and to the UK, and also due to the aging population in Hungary, the rapid economic growth that preceded the coronavirus epidemic demanded extra workforce as well in the home economy. This new development caused the relaxation of the protection of the local labor market from non-EU migration. The government abolished the work permit obligation for the employment of workers from the neighboring non-EU countries like the Ukraine and Serbia. The increasing number of new guest workers, see the upward black columns, in the 2017-18 period could already overcompensate the outward migration flow, see the downward dark gray columns. The vast majority of newly arrived guest workers are from the Ukraine. Most of them are lower status workers. About 2/3 are non-skilled or semi-skilled. The vast majority work in Budapest and in the agglomeration of the capital, a few thousand people in large industrial areas. The emergence of guest workers, especially in lower status jobs, could support the short-term labor market adjustment and reduce the labor shortage. During the corona crisis, it became clear that there is a wide range of low-paid work performed under difficult conditions, such as care for the elderly, healthcare, seasonal work for agriculture, meat processing, and so on, that were not dispensable in the receiving countries. So they granted exemptions from the labor mobility closures. Even when the economy slowed down and immigration decreased, these jobs were still filled with foreign workers. During the pandemic, Hungary was and still is involved on both sides in the role of sending and as a host country. Before the pandemic, the number of Hungarians commuting abroad has been steadily above 100,000. In March last year, with the start of the pandemic, the number decreased by 45,000, as you can see in the red box on the screen. As the epidemic appeared earlier in the countries where most Hungarians are working abroad, they have lost their jobs at the beginning. However, in April and May, the number stabilized again at around 100,000. This is still below the level measured in the same period of the previous year, but it can be seen that many Hungarians returned immediately to work abroad as soon as it was possible. Guest workers in Hungary also felt the economic downturns more than local workers, albeit less than Hungarians working in, for example, Austria. The largest number of guest workers from non-EU countries still come from the Ukraine, but their number is declining. Among the major sending countries, Serbia already showed a decline in 2019. More people came last year than before, only from Vietnam. And here is the proof that for the Hungarian government, refugees are still not accepted as a potential employment reserve. Despite of the increasing labor shortage in the country, Hungary is on the top in the rejection of asylum requests, while the requests submitted are themselves extremely low. Last year, there were altogether less than 150 refugees getting asylum in our country. And what to tell you about the future? The shock effect of the economic crisis can trigger return migration, but it can also push people stay abroad. Much is depending on the opportunities at home or the support conditions in the host country, whether they are better or not, or on the conditions at home on the labor market, whether they are more risky or not. In the past, young age occupations in the health and social care, catering, hotel, transport, construction, and the higher level of educational attainment had the strongest impact on Hungarians choosing to work abroad. This even caused major labor shortages in some of these jobs. The future of the migration flow is not clear. It is difficult to foresee. A lot depends on the socio-demographic composition of migrants, on the migration model of the given country. In fact, we do not know whether previous migration processes will be reorganized in the longer term. Let's think only about the future of the touristic and catering sector, which are among the key employers of the Hungarians abroad. There is the question mark about the lasting future of working from home or outside the company headquarters. We do not know, only hope that governments in the sending countries are willing to draw the conclusion from the pandemic and to acknowledge much better the key importance of nurses, doctors, and workers in social care, migrating in big numbers in the past abroad for higher pay. What is sure, however, that it would be an exciting program to meet again in a year after in Trento and inform each other again about the updated processes in the field of migration in Europe and in our countries. I wish this to happen. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gyorgy, and thank you for your final hope. I really hope to meet in Trento as well. There have been many questions from the public. People ask why in 2015, 2016, there has been a slowdown of the emigratory flow from Hungary to abroad. Was there a peculiar fact which caused that?
There is one thing that happened in 2016, that this was a very good and very hopeful phenomenon for the future. The first time since the system change, there was a tripartite agreement between the trade unions, the government, and the employers about a long-term wage agreement, which was aiming to closing up the very low general level of Hungarian salaries in Europe. This long-term agreement stipulated that in case if the real wage increase is exceeding 6% of the given year, then the employers will get a discount from the wage taxes set by the government. So there was a stimulus given for the employers in order to increase wages, because then it would be a little bit cheaper for them from the point of view of taxation. So this was one factor which could help in urging people to stay at home. The other thing was the labor shortage. As the Hungarian population is decreasing since several years due to the lower birth rate and the aging population, there were several sectors with an increasing shortage of labor, which of course also created a better negotiation position for the trade unions in case of wage bargaining. This is my answer.
It's very interesting how a policy could have results on the market as for the rate of migration. I wanted to ask you something. I wanted to know if the institution, the government in Hungary see in their telling about the labor market, if they see a link between immigration and immigration, and in what terms this debate is developed.
Of course, immigration also was a contributing factor to the labor shortage and to tensions on the labor market, and mostly the opposition parties and also the trade unions were mentioning often this additional factor of labor shortages, that is immigration. And it was a very, very negative aspect in case of doctors and nurses, which during the pandemic become very, very clear. In the first stage of the pandemic last spring, the Hungarian statistics were not very bad concerning the infection rate, but the government itself was so afraid of overburdening the hospital and the healthcare system because of the many migrant nurses and doctors that we applied a much stricter closure regulation that was explained by the pandemic itself. So this issue was very often raised and emphasized, which is in the demand of a change in labor policy. And this was a contributing factor to recognizing by the government that it has to give some incentives for the employers, among them the foreign investors, to change the situation. And recently in the government communication, there is also very often mentioned that Hungary should be terminated in the sense to be a cheap labor supply for the Western European investors, mostly for the German, the Austrian, and partly the investors from the United States, who are the biggest ones in our country. The communication is that we have to increase the value added content of the Hungarian jobs, and the investments are nowadays are not incentivized in the sense to create more jobs, but to to create an investment which is issuing a higher value-added product or service in the country. And we as trade unions are strongly approve and support this attitude.
Thank you. You were speaking about 1 million Hungarian people abroad. What are the relations between these communities of diaspora? Are these close relationship, or are these not as close relationships?
As I mentioned, the 1 million was the accumulated number of people trying to work abroad, but permanently there are now around 600,000 in Europe. And this is not a small amount of number. And what is seen in recently that the majority of them are long-term migrants. So they are not alternating, they are not commuting, they are staying permanently abroad. And this makes, of course, much more difficult the communication and the contact keeping with Hungarians. More and more families, grandparents, for example, are keeping touch with their children and with their grandchildren via the internet, via Skype or Zoom or similar platforms. So this can be heard not rare in the public. But as the destination countries from the Hungarian point of view are not very far from Hungary, like Germany, Austria, and even the UK, the contact is also not so difficult. So this is frequent, it is not very rare. In the UK, there are even cheap flights operated by a famous Hungarian originated flight company, Wizz Air, which is operating several times a day flights to the UK and back, and to Germany and Austria. It is also possible by car or by train. So in general, I wouldn't say that it is a big problem for Hungarians to keep touch with migrants, but for grandparents who are not, for whom it is not so easy to move, it is a bigger issue.
Thank you very much. And I would like to say I will see you back in Trento. We hope that the situation in the following months is going to improve. Maybe in 1 year we hope that we can meet again in the same Congress Hall. In the past we would say it was taken for granted, but now we cannot take it for granted. We will rediscover the pleasure of seeing in person all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, and good luck for you.
We now move to the south in another EU member state, Bulgaria, with our new speaker, Valchev. Rumen Valchev, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here virtually in Trento. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Just I can see my presentation. My presentation disappeared. So.
attimo per verificare.
Yeah, please take your time to check if everything is working.
Come Valchev appunto approfondirà sulla
Rumen Valchev will deal with the topic of migration and in Bulgaria. Bulgaria is a country which underwent a lot of changes over the last few years, above all in the rural area. From this point of view, the dynamics are less similar to what happens in Hungary and are more similar to other Balkan countries which have experienced a strong depopulation, an increase in poverty, and troubles in finding labor, and the possibility to promote development, economic development, with what was defined by many researchers as continuous blood loss.
Okay, thank you. I can't see my presentation, but I will start. It's okay, you see me? Okay.
We can confirm that we cannot see the presentation, but we can see you, so
okay.
you can proceed.
I'll go ahead. Oh, okay, I have few diagrams, but more or less it is not so important. I listened very attentively to the previous speakers, and you mentioned that the situation in Bulgaria is somewhat different, but let's say it's more like the situation in Romania. Romanian colleagues shared the data that we had between 2011, 2016 or something, or 2017, we had 7 million migrants from our countries, plus Italy and Portugal in EU, but from Bulgaria, the share was much less. And I think I'll tell you a little bit in a while why this is so, why the rate of migration fell so much in the last years in Bulgaria. But let's say this was the general impression about the turn of the century when everybody talked about migration. Everybody here in Bulgaria, authorities and population whole were afraid that the country is depopulating, that we are sending our citizens abroad, etc., etc. And this was not far from the truth, because according to United Nations, from all the countries that are expected to shrink the most in the coming decades, the top 10 of the countries, or 9 from the top 10 countries, are in Eastern Europe. From the other side, another important point of view was that usually you could balance emigration with migration flows. But for Bulgaria, this is not the case. In Bulgaria, once again, as well as most of the other Eastern European countries, members of EU, Bulgarians rather are hostile to immigrants. So even now we could see that somewhere about 1,200,000 Bulgarians are abroad, but we could see that immigrants in Bulgaria are 10 times less. So this is one of the peculiarity of Bulgaria situation. And the migration context outlines the profile of Bulgaria as an immigration country in terms of flows and the volume of immigration pressure. This is somewhat asymmetric tripolar migration profile. Large immigration, small immigration, an extremely small number of refugees. You mentioned, and you had a question to the Romanian colleagues about possibility of having here Vietnamese workers or workers from Taiwan. There were some attempts in Bulgaria, but simply this is not true. The poorest country in the European Union is not an attractive place for immigrants. And even when we have a refugee wave over Europe in 2015-16, let's say, most of the refugees passed over Bulgaria or over stayed a while. They had no stimulus, no motives to stay further in the country. Contrary to popular beliefs and stereotypes that immigration in Bulgaria is increasing, and this is what you could read or you could hear in the media and what our Romanian colleagues commented. In Bulgaria, if you look the data, the biggest migration flows were about 30 years ago in 89, where the crime of the communist regime, the biggest crime of communist regime, they forced out about 400,000 ethnic Turks to leave the country. And in fact, we have for this period about 500,000 of immigrants. In the first decade of the democratic development, we have another 200,000 immigrants. And now in between 2011, 2016, we have about 20,000 immigrants each year. So let's say the immigrant flow from Bulgaria is low. We'll see further low according to some European standards. But if you look at the country which is depopulating at a very high speed, to have less 30,000 people each year is really a disaster. EU membership, and this is the biggest point, has not increased migration, but has provided legalization and better employment opportunities for Bulgarian citizens. Free movement and full access to the EU labor market, which happened, as Romanian colleagues said in 2014, actually provided advantages. For example, Bulgarians can leave and return safely, enjoying their rights as European citizens. And this changes the essence of migration. So my point is that we could talk more and more about mobility inside EU. Destination countries for Bulgarian immigrants, as we saw, and that's why sometimes when you hear the number 1,200,000 and take into account that we have 7 million of population right now, this is enormous number, but let's say half of this emigrants are in Turkey, and this is not surprised. Big developing country, they are ethnic Turks, so now there is a constant flow from Bulgaria to Turkey. Some people are coming back. So, but from other countries, we have most Bulgarians, over 100,000 in Germany, and this increases with every year. We have more than 100,000 in UK, and Greece, Italy, with 70,000 people. Unfortunately, I have been looking, but up to now, there is no research to show us what exactly, how these immigrants to Italy, for example, are distributing, where they do work, etc., etc. The Eurostat data, and this is as well paradoxical that we could lean on more on Eurostat data than on Bulgarian data on this. Employment of Bulgarians working in the EU. Eurostat data covers the full range of highly qualified specialists in management positions, expert positions, technicians, machine operators, to workers in trade, services, and other fields. I have some doubts in this official data. What I want to stress, and this is important as well for Bulgarian immigrants in Italy, is that the only area in which Bulgarian immigrants in the EU create statistically significant values is personal care, caring for the elderly, for sick, domestic helpers. And this is also the areas in which there is the greatest, of course, dissatisfaction with work, and most workers have the opinion that their qualifications are many times higher than their specific work obligations. And this is really, as had been stressed by the other colleagues, low profile from point of view of qualification, low profile migration. In the last years, what is once again interesting, somewhat small predominance of men in immigration, but in some years, the two sexes are almost equal. So our case illustrates the global trend of feminization of migration in quantitative and in qualitative sense, and in terms of flows, where females converge and almost merge as valuable with males, and in terms of authorship of the migration project. What I would like to stress that it is more necessary to talk about migration as an individual project of thousands and thousands of people, which is started every year. And we don't have to look at migration as only a mass social phenomenon. Young Bulgarians asked in 2016 how much you want to move to another country. You see now, in new conditions, 60% of answer, I don't intend to immigrate, and only 6% want to immigrate strongly. That doesn't mean that our country became much better place to live, that we are less corrupted, that the salaries are higher and higher. We are still, as I said, the poorest country in EU, but this is the logic of the movement of the people abroad. From the point of view of ethnic divisions, more Bulgarians don't want to leave the country, and more people, Roma people, young Roma, they want to leave it, and this is not a normal thing because Roma population is a marginalized part of the country, is the poorest part of the population without higher educational senses. And we could see that now the flows of migrations mostly they do consist of people with somewhat, from one side, smaller qualification and educational senses. And the other important point is that migration happens from one side, from the rural regions, as our Romanian colleague pointed out, and from the other side, from the capital and from the other big cities in the country. If we look into Bulgaria, inside the country, the migration flows from the countryside to the big cities, and especially to the capital, Sofia, which becomes something like a monster city. And from the other side, we have, from international perspective, this migration from the big cities to abroad. So what the people are looking for wanting to migrate: lifestyle improvement, higher salaries, better education. But if we look at the motivation of adult population, higher pay is 95% of the answers, better social system, better health care, better opportunities for competence development. Of course, they could give more than one answer. Is clear, better career opportunities. So this is the logic of migration. What is as well interesting, of course, we have people in long-term migration plans, as the same thing we noticed in Romania. But what is important, that some of the people, it's like a pulsating process. Some of the people are going abroad, they're staying there, they're coming back to the country, and they're going back again. So we could say that with the people with migration experience, more than the half of the population are willing to go to try once again than the people who have not been abroad in general. And this is very important for the future. So we could, when we could make prognosis for the future development in the country for the labor force, we could see on whom we could count that will stay in the country. And for sure, these are not people who are migrants once. Of course, females are declaring that they want to migrate less from than males. People with higher education would like to look for some chances abroad more, and of course, people with basic and primary education. To a certain degree, these people are a problem in Bulgaria with basic and primary education because most of them are unemployed. So from certain point of view, their migration lowers the rate of unemployment in our country. If we look somewhat more on the data, 1/4 of the surveyed persons are considering temporarily or permanently looking for a job abroad. more than half of the people of working age who do not have illnesses are considering reseeking work outside the country, and about 1/3 of the population considering looking for a job abroad or plan to work for 5 or more years. Immigration, from this point of view, is a more preferred route for those who do not see prospects for them in the country, educational, material, professional, as well for those with far better starting living conditions in Bulgaria. So we have these two poles of migration. Our colleagues from Romania mentioned the role of diaspora. Yes, it is very important because migration is a relatively new phenomenon after half a century of communism, where no movement of the people had been allowed. This is so-called diaspora is social capital of migration. And we could see that the transfers of the Bulgarian diaspora, they are not only remittances, but social and democratic transfers as well. Just to the importance of my remittances is that in 2017, more than 1,100,000,000 euro had been transferred, and this was officially. And just for comparison, in this period, foreign investments in Bulgaria were 900 millions. So this is about 3.8 from the GDP of Bulgaria for this year, which is more or less about moderate value, but significantly less than, let's say, 9% for Serbia, 10% almost for Albania, 11% for Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we are closer to Latvia and Lithuania from this point of view. So my point is, paradoxically, the processes of labor migration between Bulgaria and the rest of the world are relatively weak compared to other post-communist countries. Despite the sensational comments typical of Bulgarian media, and despite the fact that the average salary in our country is the lowest in EU. Both immigration and immigration, remain below 1% of the labor force in Bulgaria, while in Lithuania, for example, immigration exceeds 5%. And in other words, the Bulgarian labor market continues to be relatively isolated from the processes taking place between Eastern and Western Europe. Migration is becoming mobility, and therefore the numbers reflecting the simple relocation inside the country and relocation to another countries do not present the whole process. The number of people temporarily employed in other countries is extremely increasing, and the number of those sent abroad is increasing as well. Just for an example, the number of drivers carrying out transports outside the country's borders is about 50,000 people. There was a big dispute in EU Commission in the last years how to settle this problem. We could say that more and more Bulgarians are settling in mobility, and their migration projects are not final and are often transformed. For example, educational mobility can grow into family migration, temporary emigration can lead to permanent establishment and successful realization abroad, or can continue with successful realization at home. Another curious form is transnationalism. For 6 months, one is driving a taxi in the homeland he loves and where his family is, and for another 6 months, he is working in greenhouses in Poland, for example, which could provide the standard to which he aspires. Many 30 and 40 years old use migration for a second professional start, a good job and a salary at home, but a desire for a sharp jump in financial and professional terms, which only a more developed and dynamic work environment can catalyze. Thus, in 2018, about 13% of the working age population in our country is mobile, but don't forget that half of this concerns migration to Turkey as well. By comparison, Romanian citizens are the most mobile in the EU, and about 1/5 of the country's total population lives somewhere in Europe. Migration is both a freedom and an opportunity to untie your own development from your homeland. It is a huge resource that migrants own and could consume in creative forms. And the most attractive thing is that these decisions may not be final, and migration projects may be transformed. That's what I wanted to present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Grazie a lei, grazie al professor Rumen.
Thank you, Rumen Valchev.
Subito con qualche
And now
domanda
some
dal
questions
pubblico,
from the public.
o un ascoltatore.
Someone asked
Non so, non viene chiarito nel messaggio.
something about this.
Che vi è sacrosanto il diritto
It's
a emigrare,
true to have the right to emigrate. It's not taken for granted in some countries like Bulgaria, where in the past, during the regime, communist regime, people couldn't leave the country, but this right there should also be the right not to be forced to leave and leave their homes behind. Many countries are undergoing diasporas. They are part of the European Union, some of them. Is there something that the European institutions should do to help to have more balanced flows so that these countries won't lose so many people?
No, I don't think that it is possible at a large scale. And I could give an example from our communist past. We, as you mentioned, and I did it as well, we're not able to leave the country, but let's say we had somewhat forced migration inside the country. When you graduate the university, being a doctor, a teacher, an engineer, you have to work for 3 years. This was the term, somewhere in the countryside, in the regions of need. And this was a typical example. So let's say the authority, they wanted to solve the problem with not enough working force in some sectors. So maybe from a certain point of view, this was the right decision. This didn't work, and this showed the limitations of intervention in the field of migration. I could see here the prospects from the other point of view. As we saw, entering the EU, and after 2014 for Bulgaria and Romania, when we have the full right to move around EU countries and to work there, is more to keep the standards, social and labor rights to be realized, not to try to control an illegal migration, to keep the same standards for workers from abroad as for native workers. We heard the example, and this was as well Bulgarian example as well, from the slaughterhouses in Germany, because there were Romanians and Bulgarians maybe working there. So these are the ideas. But I think with the development, we'll have more and more normal migration, mobility inside the European Union. But because our country is so backwarded, these differences still will be too big, and this is a very difficult transition.
You have clearly a great experience in the field of research and of this study, but you also have a past on high level as for the institutions in Bulgaria. What do you think are the sector of your country that need and should guarantee more opportunities for a development in the field of economics and sociology, which could lead to a balance of these flows, migratory flows?
It's a good question. Once again, it is a question of policy, and I should say the same thing. It is extremely difficult. For example, now, in time of pandemia, so the problem was that we don't have enough nurses. We don't have enough doctors in our country. But you see, the nurses has been striking for a couple of years in order to have higher salaries, because the nurses are leaving the country. A lot of them, in thousands, are leaving the country. The situation is tragic in our hospitals from this point of view. And only now they undertook some measures, higher salaries, but this is still not enough, because the level of incomes in our country is very, very low. So you could look to another professions as well, engineers, people from IT sector. It's very difficult to counteract to these trends. The other policies are to have these people coming back to the country, but we have somewhat, how to say, big but hollow campaigns. Please come back here. You will have, for example, a couple of months ago, there was such campaign for IT specialists. Come back here to Bulgaria. We will give you 1,000 euro just to have an opportunity to settle down and to look for a new job. This is not serious. It could not attract such a message. No one. In fact, I think in Bulgaria, we don't have any policy concerning migration, neither for immigrants, neither for possible immigrants here in the country. Maybe we have some migrants coming to Bulgaria, basically from Ukraine and from Moldova, where there are compact groups of Bulgarians living there for centuries. But that's so. This will not solve our problem. And I don't know what kind of policy will be effective in this field until we are on the last place from point of view of incomes, from point of view of salaries, from point of view of quality of life. And that makes these things like really, these policies like mission impossible, but this doesn't make me to say that we have somewhat reasonable, somewhat realistic policy. We don't have such policy at all. And only now we are thinking about immigrants when we have in 2 months general elections. And the biggest problem was whether people from abroad will have an opportunity to vote. Of course, this is something normal. And you could see they took a decision to have elections, to hold the elections 4th of April, when it's Catholic Easter. So you could see how do they think about possibility of migrants. But what is interesting from another point of view, now here in time of pandemic, we have about 10% of the immigrants coming back to Bulgaria, and most of them young people. And now we have about 130,000 young people being immigrants coming back last year to Bulgaria. And a lot of observers are saying that from their votes cast here in Bulgaria will depend the fate, the result of the elections. So this is the situation. Very, very unclear, very, very messy. Even, as I said, we don't have substantial research. If we want to count how many immigrants we have abroad, we have to look for Eurostat, we have to look to the registers of the different EU countries, and we could not count on our own data.
I wanted to ask you a final question. Bulgaria, it's been more than 10 years, almost 15 years has been part of the EU. For some aspects which you outlined through the statistics, the dynamics resemble countries which are close to you, like Serbia. In what do you think being part of the EU in this last 5-10 years contributed to improve the situation, if it did so?
Okay, the situation, when I'm saying that we are still at the bottom, this doesn't mean that we do not improve. Right? A lot of developments in all fields, they're not sufficient. That's why always we are starting from a very, very low position, from the bottom. I think from point of view, once again, because this is connected with migration, in the field of education, a lot of young people are graduating abroad. There is a much more, how to say, cooperation in the field of economics, trade. Just give you an example. Before '89, before the changes, Bulgaria had almost 70% of the trade with Soviet Union. now we have about 70–80% of the trade inside EU, and our trade balance is, with some exceptions, is very positive. So we are developing now, and this is the biggest, I think, achievement, not as an autarkic country, but we are developing as a part of a bigger whole of EU. This concerns our industry, this concerns IT technologies, where we are very, very advanced. From the point of view of standards, of social rights, work, labor rights, etc., there is a great improvement as well. Though this is not the same country for sure, but still a lot has to be done. And we don't have, and this is the biggest problem, as I said about migration, we don't have a real policy there. We don't have real policy, we don't have perspectives in the other fields as well. So we are moving forward without knowing exactly what we want to accomplish, where we would like to go. And migration, this is the answer for most of the people, especially for the low-paid migrants. Oh, I want to move somewhere because there is better. But this is not an answer when you ask the society where and why you want to go forward.
Thank you. Again, Professor Rumen Valchev. The future is unclear not only for Bulgaria, but after this crisis, we are worried, but also we are curious about what will happen in the next future. Now let's move on partly to a different subject. We will deal with a series of countries of the so-called Balkan Route, the geographic routes linking the area of Turkey and Syria, Afghanistan, to the heart of the European Union. It's a route which was under the spotlight over the last years. It's a route sadly characterized by the great sufferance of people who are following it, and for many aspects, many people are suffering from violence and people are deprived from their rights. We will listen to Caterina Ghobert. She's linked, she's connected with us. Caterina is not far. She is here in Trento, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I would like to give the floor to Caterina for her speech. Okay, I prepared my speech in English. So my presentation is in English so that people who speak English could follow my presentation, but I'm going to speak in Italian. So I will try now to share my presentation. I didn't want to do a radical jump and move completely to a different topic. So I wanted to speak about the migration along the Balkan route and connect it to the previous speeches. So I would like to draw a parallel about the latest development on the Balkan route in terms of refugees and migrants, because usually we can speak about the two words. It's a mixed migration in the Balkanic area. So I started from the early 90s, when the majority of the countries of the Balkan area, so those who were part of the former Yugoslav countries, these countries participated in a civil war, and this civil war caused migration, internal migration towards different, and also towards different parts of the world. According to the High Commission for Refugees of UN, from Bosnia there have been 1,200,000 refugees, both internal and towards different countries. The Operation Tempesta in Croatia caused roughly 200,000 displaced people towards Serbia, and according to this data, the war in Kosovo caused, during its peak, about 600,000 displaced people. So we are dealing with a region which underwent a lot of migration, internal migration, in the recent years. So I would like to link what I am saying to what was said earlier. In Albania, Bulgaria, Romania, if you want to include the Romania in the volcanic area, these, in this moment, are characterized by a strong emigration. So we're speaking about brain drain and depopulation of rural areas. Here you can see two images. On the left, you can see a queue in front of a building, and these people in Banja Luka are waiting for the visa in front of the Slovenian consulate. And in the other photo, you can see an image taken from Balkan Insight about the depopulation of internal parts of Bulgaria. As it was said earlier, it is very difficult to have a clear picture of this phenomenon. As for Romania, Bulgaria, and other countries, I was looking for some estimates for Bosnia and Herzegovina, for immigration towards Europe, and the estimates by sustainable data, about 40,000 people are living from Bosnia. It is difficult to have specific data, also because the census wasn't completely dependable, but sometimes we're speaking about seasonal workers or circular migration. And in Bosnia, during the pandemic, we could see that there is not a clear picture of the people living. So when there was the pandemic outbreak, in Bosnia, the state didn't know how many people were living abroad. So the phenomenon is not affecting just the countries in Europe, but also Croatia, since it joined the EU, although it wasn't part of the Schengen area. It experienced a depopulation of the areas of the West. We have to say, and I believe that this wasn't covered very much in the previous speeches that in the Balkanic countries, they could be considered as an inflow countries, so as immigration countries. It's very difficult to distinguish between the immigrants and the expats, which is a word which is used in English for referring to people living abroad but without desiring to settling down there, and usually these are professionals with a high wage, so it's a way of distinguishing these people from those who migrate for needs. So I try to group these immigrants in the Balkan areas in 4 categories. The first category is the expats, which are members of the international community, and they work for international organizations, mostly in Bosnia and in Kosovo, where the presence of the organizations, international organizations, trying to realize the peace agreements is still very strong. Then there is a phenomenon which I find very interesting, although not key, which is that of the pensioners, Italian pensioners who cannot make ends meet, so they decide to migrate to Bulgaria. And so there's a small community of Italians in Bulgaria, and they manage with their pension to have a proper life, a decent life, and some pensioners decided to move to Portugal, for example. In the latest years, we experienced a phenomenon in Italy, which is also present abroad. I guess students who wanted to attend specific faculties, which were very difficult to access, and these students decided to enroll abroad. This is the case for medicine students who couldn't pass the entry test in Italy, and so these people decided to enroll generally in Albania, Bulgaria, or Romania, where it is easier to access the courses, and they could pay privately. In 2014, I spent a semester in Sofia in Bulgaria, and I met a lot of Italians who decided to enroll to medicine school in Bulgaria. And finally, this is a new phenomenon. For me, it's controversial. The fact is that in some countries of the region, for example in Serbia, the restriction due to the COVID pandemic, after a first severe lockdown, have been completely lifted. And so there were some articles where Americans, New Yorkers, decided to go and live to Belgrade because the cost of living is very low, and despite COVID, they could afford to have a normal life. Often Belgrade was thought it was very similar to Berlin. There are a lot of expats, not international expats working in international organizations, but young people attracted by the low cost of living and a great offer of cultural activities and events, etc. Moving on to the core of my intervention, we can see what is the Balkan route of migrants and asylum seekers in this region. As you all know, in 2012, 2011, after the Arab Spring, there was the war in Syria. After the war in Syria, there has been internal movement and migration of refugees. When the war was extended to the whole country and it became difficult to escape to the neighboring countries, so more and more refugees decided to escape towards Europe. At the end of 2013 and the start of 2014, the local newspapers were reporting the first episodes of migrants, refugees, mainly men, who were hiding in the forests in the south of Serbia, bordering Bulgaria. The phenomenon was getting bigger and bigger, so at the end of 2014 and start of 2015, people started to build at the border a barbed wire wall. In Bulgaria, groups of sort of armies, they were xenophobe and anti-Islam. So the flow moved to Greece from Hungary. So in 2015, this was the time when we started speaking about Balkan Route. I hope that you all remember in the summer of 2015, in order to follow the Balkan Route, we saw that people were crossing the borders between Greece and Macedonia. Migrants would buy bicycles in Greece, and then the access was getting more and more difficult. So we saw in the news families trying to take the train to cross the border. And then in this first period, Macedonia had the approach of letting people pass because it was clear that people wouldn't settle in Macedonia. The same was done by Serbia. The migrants would come from the south in Serbia, and then Serbia, more or less officially, let people pass. Then, in the first period, at the end of 2015, these people from Serbia, from the north, would enter Hungary. And for the summer of 2015, one of the biggest train stations of Budapest was Keleti, and it was crowded with migrants waiting for the train to go to Austria and Germany. This was the time when Angela Merkel decided to use the formula refugee welcome, which pushed more and more people starting to follow this route. We're not going to speak about this motto, refugee welcome, but this intense flow of migrants generated somehow the reaction of these countries. So after Bulgaria, which in 2015 built a first barbed wire walls, also Hungary built one bordering Serbia. So then Croatia did the same, and Macedonia adopted a hard line, rejecting the migrants in the border with Greece. So for a couple of years, the situation remained the same. So many people were blocked in Greece, and this was talked about in the news, but also in Serbia, mainly men considered as economic migrants and not as refugees, but also families who found refugee and shelter in the refugee centers in Serbia. In the start of 2018, in the border between Serbia and Bosnia, we started to witness a very big flow of people, usually single people, not many families, not many unaccompanied children. But this flow intensified during the first part of 2018. I didn't look at the data of UNCR about how the flow would increase in 2018. What was seen in 2015 in Hungary and Serbia was also seen in Bosnia. In 2018, I used to live in Bosnia, Herzegovina, and I remember how day after day the police would report more and more cases, and the police didn't know how to act. They would escort the people to the border in Sarajevo. There was a center where people were registered as asylum seekers. And what happened, and we are going to speak about this in the next slide, is that obviously this intensifying of the migratory flow in Bosnia lead to the reaction of the neighboring country, which is Croatia. So the bottleneck was created and people started to get stuck in Bosnia, as it happened in the other countries in the Balkan route. So here you can see recent photographs. In the top right you can see 2020, and then the other is the start of the winter 2020. What happened? This thing called the game, which means that the migrants were stuck outside the so-called fortress Europe, started to call their attempt to cross the borders within Europe the game, because often they do a lot of attempts. They shouldn't be framed by police. They have to avoid the obstacles of nature, which in some borders it means crossing rivers and mines. And as for Bosnia, it means overcoming the obstacles of mountains, and there are episodes of police brutality, which is violence perpetrated by the police. There are many examples of this, and I find it worrying that in any moment you see an episode, and if the media report police brutality, we are shocked as if it was the first, but actually if we see it, if we Google these episodes, we can see that these episodes have been present since the beginning on the Balkan route, since 2015. So we can see that there are episodes in Bulgaria, then Macedonia, Serbia, even if Serbia has always used this idea of letting people pass because it was just a transit. During the summer of 2015, when we started to build a barrier between Serbia and Hungary, there were reported other cases of police brutality on migrants and asylum seekers. So, for example, mobile phones were destroyed and people were forced to leave. These episodes had a peak now, in this moment, where the Balkan route is in a moment of stale. The migrants are stuck, they try to cross the border, and in the latest years a lot of Croatian police was using their force. In the start of 2020, two Nigerian students who were in Croatia to participate in a bid which had to do with the world of university, they were stopped on the bus, and the Croatian police, without verifying who they were, decided just because they were black people, they thought they were people who managed to enter Croatia through Bosnia. So these two people were moved to Bosnia. They didn't know why they were there. They didn't have anything to do with the Balkan route, and they clearly were sent back to Croatia. They received their documents and their passports, and they could resume their normal life. But I believe this is significant because surely it means that the Croatian police deport people to Bosnia. And then The Guardian published some photographs of migrants who were drawn a cross on their head using spray. This outlines the violence of police and also their xenophobia and the hate of Islam. At the same time, there was also solidarity for migrants. There has been a great mobilization of the social society, civil society, mainly in the spring of 2015, but also in Bosnia when the route was opened in 2008, the civil society decided to move and mobilitate. There has been a great criticality as for the role of the international community. For example, IOM, UNHR. And as for the civil society, there were a lot of criticism. The European Union also critiqued this situation. This country who hope to enter the Schengen area, but the checks at their border are very high. So Frontex and the European Union is criticized by the civil society, but I believe that an important element is that, coming back to my initial slides where I was speaking about displacement and internal migration in the region of the former Yugoslavia, it means that at the start the people were very positive. They said, we experienced what it means to be refugees and what it means to escape, so surely we're going to be very welcoming. But then, in reality, in fact, in Bosnia and in Croatia, we could witness a great Islamophobia and xenophobia, and if we read the papers, we can see that the position of people is not as positive and welcoming as it used to be 3 to 5 years ago. So, direction for the future, how can we solve this problem? What are the ways forward? The problem is complex. The organization on international level don't always have a good approach. Sometimes there are interests in the all by the parts in doing things in a certain way. I believe it is important that there is a great mobilization in Italy. Maybe it is even higher in Italy than in Bosnia, in order to help these people who are stuck within Bosnia. Surely the case of the Balkan route, as the case of the Mediterranean route, so all the inflow of asylum seekers and migrants through the Mediterranean Sea raises a lot of questions and doubts to our countries and to the European Union. Thank you for your attention. I think I was very fast, but my presentation is over. Thank you. Caterina Ghobert, your recap being very quick is not a flow, so thank you for respecting the time that you have, and thank you for shedding light on Bosnia, which experienced over the last 30 years migration of half of its population, which because of the war starting from the 90s had to relocate within the country. So there was an internal migration in Bosnia, or people had to leave the country. Caterina spoke about more than 1 million people forced to emigrate. In the last years, it was a transit country. Many of the migrants were escaping wars. It is a country which is experiencing, as other countries in the area, a migration which is rather remarkable, which hinder its development. And I wanted to ask you a question. We are colleagues. We work both for the observatory, and I wanted to ask you, during your presence in Bosnia, when you worked there for OSCE, which you worked there, what do you think that the people were thinking about their future there? First of all, not only young people emigrate from Bosnia, and the motivations are not just economic. People decide to migrate because they are unsatisfied with the response of the local politicians to the economic crisis, which has been lasting for decades now. And also there are other challenges that Bosnia had to face. So it is more and more important for people, the environment, and the politicians are not doing anything for it. So people are frustrated, and many people, even adults or elderly people, decide to migrate where they see opportunities both on an economic level but also on their standard of living. I was impressed by the fact that people emigrate to emigrate abroad, but also there's an internal migration. I lived in a smaller city, which is Tuzla, and in my group of friends, they are mostly all studying German to move to Germany to study there. They're looking for experience abroad. It's not guaranteed that they will all leave, but many people for their future are thinking of opportunities abroad, both for the money and for the standard of living. Now I would like to leave some room for Q&A. The public asks something about the community who are living there. Many are experiencing this emergency, and they were already living a precarious condition. They are left behind. What are the policies that these communities could be a benefit?
Definitely, this varies from country to country. I prefer to talk about Bosnia because I know it better, whereas my knowledge about Serbia and Macedonia is more limited. In Bosnia, the problem is the fact that the administrative structure is pretty complex, and the migration strategies have to be adopted at national levels by the competent ministries, whereas the local policies are adopted by the regional or municipal authorities. In 2018-19, when I lived in Bosnia, I witnessed a clash between the national and the regional levels, which represented different interests. The local communities are very rarely taken into account, specifically in Bihać, where the great majority of migrants have been stuck in the refugee camp that I showed you before. The mayor only took care of his own personal interests, so he submitted requests to the international authorities, to the national authorities, then asked for help from Germany. So we have politicians, sometimes careless, and then we have people who risk getting too high a number of refugees, not in terms of security, but, for example, the pollution of rivers, because the refugee camps or the people who stay in the forest just throw the wastes into the water. Also security problems, because the higher the number of people, the higher the crime rate. This problem has never been faced and definitely not solved. A further question coming from the public, which focuses on the current situation. What is the situation in Lipa nowadays? Lipa is a refugee camp that you showed us on the screen. Can you tell us a little bit more on what happened over the last few weeks? The picture that I showed you was taken at the end of 2020. What happened? Sometimes heaters can cause flames and fires. It is a risk that we can foresee, and the camp took fire. National, local authorities didn't want to take responsibility, and at the end of December, when it was snowing, these refugees had to stay outdoor, waiting for the authorities to make a decision. I found it interesting that the Italian newspapers covered the news more than the Bosnian newspapers. For sure, there was a public reaction. The public opinion reacted. 3 Italian members of the European Parliament went to the border to show their participation and their interest. The national authorities were involved. The situation was solved. However, refugees are stuck there. The facilities have been rebuilt, but no long-term solution has been found. And this is the problem which keeps repeating. Therefore, the refugees move, but the core problem is never challenged. That is, how to find a long-term solution for these people. I would like to ask that UN is only involved, whereas the UNHCR was not involved because they mainly deal with vulnerability and of unaccompanied minors. And here we have very few minors, very few women, and very few families. And they are usually taken care by UNHCR, whereas Bira and the people who stay in Bihać are mainly young men who are not considered as vulnerable by the UNHCR, so they don't play a role in their action. A further question going back to Trentino. There are a lot of relationships going on between Bosnia and Trentino, not only as a consequence of the conflict and therefore created by the institutions of the autonomous province of Trento, but also by associations, but also historical relationships. There are historical communities in Bosnia of people who came from Trentino, and many members commute a lot between the two territories. So the question is, how is this historical relationship perceived in Bosnia? Definitely, the Association Trentini nel Mondo is active in Bosnia, is in contact with these associations. There are mainly 4 communities. The one I know best is the Trentini in Tuzla, because I lived there, so I personally met some representatives of the association and other Trentino people living there. The first Trentino person I met there was a girl who came to visit Trento to study within the framework of Trentini nel Mondo, and the possibility that many people originally coming from Trentino were given to come and study in Trento. The contacts are very close, also with a group of Trentino people living in Stivor and Stibovska, 2 little villages. Of course, it would be more interesting if we could hear information of members of Trentino nel Mondo. However, I can say that the relationships are pretty close and well developed. I would like to thank you again. I would like to thank Caterina Ghobert for her speech, and I would like to thank all speakers who took part in the conference today. I believe that many topics have been spoken about. They are crucial themes dealing with people who decide to migrate, what kind of plans they have. We also heard some interesting figures describing these flaws, and we understood that migration, of course, doesn't deal with Eastern Europe only, but also the rest of the European Union and the rest of Europe as a whole. I would like to take the chance to remind you that a round table will take place in the afternoon, talking about workers in Europe during the pandemic. So it is a very hot topic. So we meet back at 1:30 today in the afternoon for this round table. I thank you all for your attention, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity of being the moderator of today.
Bentornati a tutti a questa ultima sessione del convegno organizzato da UNAIE.
We're starting with the second session, and we are covering the topic of migration. The program of this afternoon is about having a roundtable, which is going to welcome 4 people living abroad. So these people are expats, and then the conclusions will be given to Vittorino Rodaro, who is giving us a picture, and he will sum up the speeches of today. Before starting, I would like to remind you that it is possible to log through Google or Facebook. You can ask questions which are going to be collected by our collaborator, and then we're going to read them if we have time to read them to the speakers. So this is the first time that this Congress is organized in this way, and so we would like to thank the technical team who made it possible so that it is now possible to... So I would like to thank Michele, Mattias and Gabriele, and I would like to thank the 2 interpreters, Serena and Silvia, who are interpreting in English. So I would like to thank this, all these people. We're opening this session, so you will meet 4 people. 2 are living in the UK, 1 in Luxembourg and 1 in France. I will call them in an alphabetical order, and I will ask them to give us a very short biography to tell us about their profession, their date of birth and place of birth. So very quickly. So let's start now with Paolo Bastiani. Thank you. I would like to say hi from London. I would like to thank for sure for the organization. I am Pierpaolo Bastiani. I am the director of a company here in London. I was born in 1973, so I am 47. I've been here since 1993. I traveled before that to Munich in Germany, so I've been around the world since 29 years. We are here blocked and stuck in London, and we are hoping in a very quick vaccination. Thank you. So Pierpaolo is your real name, Pierpaolo Bastiani. Now we are going to meet Luca Endrizzi in France. Good morning to all. Thank you for inviting me to this beautiful initiative who was implemented. I believe it was very difficult to organize it. Thank you very much. My name is Luca Endrizzi. I was born in Trento in 1978. So roughly 43 years ago. I've been living in Paris for 10 years. I moved to France in 2008. So it's been a rather long time now. I am an independent journalist, a freelance journalist, and I work for French newspapers and media, not for the Italian media. Thank you, Luca, and welcome to this roundtable. Now we are in Luxembourg, and I would like to thank Giada Pellegrini. Good morning to all. Thank you for inviting me, and congratulations for the organization, which I believe is going to be all around the world. I believe it wasn't easy to organize this, so thank to Trentino Nel Mondo and the staff. I have been in Luxembourg for almost 5 years, and I work in a bank, an Italian bank, so I've been maintaining my relations with Italy. So this is my career. Now let's go back to the UK to welcome Elisabetta Zontini. Good morning to all and thank you for having me. I was born in 1972. I come from Riva del Garda. I came to England as an Erasmus student in 1994. Then I went back to Italy to have a degree. Then I went back to the UK for a master and a PhD. I lived in Spain for 2 years and a half during my PhD. And I went back to the UK in 2003. And since then I am a professor in the University of Nottingham, sociology. Thank you all. The topic of this roundtable is workers in Europe during COVID-19. So we're going to know a little bit more in detail what were the experiences of these people who we've just met. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes each for a longer biography where you can talk about your past, your job, your current job, the reasons why you left, and if the place you are now is a starting point or if you have been somewhere else before, and where are you up to in your professional career. So this is the draft on which we invite you to tell us your story. So let's start with the same order. So now the floor goes to Pierpaolo Bastiani from London. Okay, thank you all. My story is similar to the expats and the ancient expats and immigration, because I left Italy when I was 18. My parents died when I was young, so I had to leave because I was in despair. I didn't really know what to do. I went to Nuremberg in Germany for a job. I wasn't accepted because I really didn't, I wasn't fit for the job. So I was sent back to Munich, where I stayed for 1 year. I worked in a Sardinian restaurant, and from there I understood that I wanted to work in the catering sector, like many Italians who were born in the countries all over the world, and they found their job in restaurants, hotels, etc. So I left to London in 1993. On the 23rd of October, I came here. It was very hard. I didn't know a word. I didn't know anyone. I didn't have any kind of contact. So it was so difficult. In the first months, I didn't have a job, so it was hard to find a home. It was challenging, I must admit. Then me and my friend, we found a job in the Park Lane Hotel in London, where I worked for 5 years as a porter. So I was carrying chairs around, and then I became the manager for a floor of 18 rooms with 150 waiters working in shifts. So I want to say that it was easy to find opportunities if you want to do so. And from there, I became the manager of the place, and then I ended up in the Natural Museum in South Kensington, where I became where I worked there for 12 years. We organized events in the evening, so the museum would close at 6 and would open for events in the night. That was exceptional. From there, I ended up in an electric station where people are constructing things which are exceptional. I worked with famous brands like Nike, Adidas, and from there I started to understand that I wanted to have my own company, my own event company. From there I worked with my clients, with the hundreds of people who I met over the last years. And it has been a path which was difficult at the start, but then little by little, when you understand the language and you have some contacts and you know how things work, then the situation is more reasonable. Also because if you want to continue in different nations, different from your country, meritocracy is very important, because you can reach some levels on a professional level which are very important, although you didn't have maybe any great degree. Now, because of COVID, we are stuck. It's been a year now. It's difficult because the events of all levels have been closed. So at the moment we've been waiting how it works with the vaccines, with the logistics, how can we reopen the catering and hospitality events. And we hope that they will open soon. So this is my life in 5 minutes, as you said. I try to be concise. So I hope it's fine. Thank you for respecting your time limit. And now let's hear about Luca Endrizzi from Paris in France. I'm taking my time as well in order to respect my friends. I can see myself in what Pierpaolo was saying, because I studied law. I graduated in Trento. I've always tried to go out of our province, which is marvelous, but I felt limited somehow, so I tried to go to a bigger city. I've always been attracted by great big cities, so I joined the Erasmus program in Barcelona, etc. And then I studied law. I didn't know what to do. At the same time, during my studies, I was working with a newspaper, Trentino Alto Adige, which unfortunately closed down. It was called Trentino and Alto Adige for the other part of the region. So I was studying and at the same time working as a journalist, and I started to have some collaboration with national media. When I finished my studies in law, I had been abroad before in order to finish my dissertation, and when I finished, I didn't know what to do, so I started to work to become a lawyer. I started it in Italy, in Trentino, in Rovereto. So I had to be an intern for 24 months at the time. The second year I spent half in Lyon, and at the time I went to Lyon for 6 months. Sorry for my flashbacks and flash forwards. After my degree, I had a possibility to have a bursary in l'École d'Oran Supérieur, which is in Lyon, the section of humanities, because the department appreciated my dissertation. And when I came back, I started to work as a lawyer, to be an intern as a lawyer, but I wanted to go abroad. I wanted to do something different. I had friends in Lyon, and my friends told me, just come over. Maybe you can become a lawyer here. The region of Lyon is very interesting for Italians because it's a region which historically had a lot of influences from Italy, and it borders with Italy, and there are many businesses which are Italian working with businesses with their seats in France or in Lyon. So I went there for 6 months, and I worked as an intern. Then I tried to do my test as a lawyer. I didn't pass my test, so I said, okay, it's enough. And then I didn't know what to do, so I had a moment where I felt desperate. Not maybe as Pierpaolo, because my family was there, I was bewildered, I didn't know what to do. In Italy, Trento, I continued to collaborate with the newspaper, but I wasn't autonomous. So I said, okay, maybe I have to leave. So with my suitcase, I decided to move. At the start, I wanted to go to Barcelona because I met a lot of people there. I had friends. I liked the city. But then my French friends told me, come here, come over. The life conditions are better, the wages are better. So I came to Paris. The apartment, as Pierpaolo said, are difficult to be found. So I found a flat in the banlieue. I started to work. I wanted to leave my legal past. I didn't want to pursue that kind of sector. So I said, let's move on to something else, journalism and communication, which is something that I've been maintaining. So I found a job quickly, because in Paris, mainly for a native speaker, it's easy to find a job like in web marketing, where the agency had more countries to deal with, and this agency wanted to have native speakers. So I joined the Italian team of this agency. I remained there for 2 years, but I didn't have a good relation with my boss, and maybe my boss felt threatened, so I was hired, and then I tried to get closer to the marketing side. Well, actually, I didn't really like the marketing. I enjoyed the journalism more. I'm sorry, maybe I was a little bit too long, so I will conclude. So now, thanks to the latest collaboration which I had in Italy with the public TV, with RAI, I introduced myself to Eurosport in Paris, and I spoke with the editor, who was Italian, and he said, okay, come here and let's try. From there I started to work with them, and the collaboration grew. I'm sorry if I was a little bit too long. Okay, you're excused. Let's continue with these immigration stories. Let's move on now to Giada Pellegrini. I didn't say it earlier, I come from Val di Fiemme. I've always studied here but I've always wanted to go abroad. I like the international areas. I wanted to meet new languages and cultures. During my 4th year at high school, I left for England, and then I enrolled in Trento at the university, and I studied 6 months in Germany. And my master's degree was in Trento, but my 2nd year, the master degree, was in Rotterdam in Holland. Then once I graduated, I remained in Italy, and I started to work in Milan for a company, audit company, one of the big 4. The life of a very big city like Milan, which is different from Trent or Rotterdam, for example. So this kind of life wasn't good for me. So I could attend a master organized by the Chamber of Commerce of Italy in Luxembourg, and it was about technical aspects of the finance, on investment funds and private equity. So I decided to leave for Luxembourg in order to make a new experience. After 2 months of my course, I found a job in Luxembourg in a bank, and I've been there for 4 years now, so I liked it. Luxembourg as a city is smaller than Milan or maybe a bigger city, but it's livable. It's like a small Trento. It's very active on a financial level, and also there are the European institutions. It's very international, and it's something that I really like. And there's a strong Italian community here, so I can maintain my roots. The work you are doing now, is it connected to the studies you did? Yes, sure. I studied finance, and now I work in a bank, in private banking, so it's a linear path. So this is the end of your longer biography. Could you tell me where you come from? Fiemme? Ziano di Fiemme. Thank you for this first overview on the history of migration. And now we're going back to Elisabetta Zontini. 5 minutes for you as well. So I studied in Bologna. I studied political sciences, and I wanted to live abroad. I wanted to go to Ireland. I applied for England as well, but my destination was Ireland. But then I won a bursary, a longer bursary for the University of Sussex in England, which was lasting 1 year. So I decided to accept this one because it was longer. So I left in 1994, and I studied in Sussex. And I really liked how the university was organized. I liked the course. I like how people studied, and I wanted to remain there. I wanted to move as other people did from Bologna till there. And my tutor in Sussex told me, no, maybe you should go back to Italy, you should graduate, and you should come here after through a master's degree. And that was what I did. I came back to Bologna, I graduated, and then straight after I left for England again. And I came back to Brighton. I finished my dissertation in Brighton, and I started a master's degree in contemporary European studies. Then I taught some Italian, and I worked as assistant for a professor for a research project which was not relevant to what I was studying, and then I won a bursary, a PhD bursary, for carrying out my studies in Brighton. I accepted it, and the bursary at the time was just for paying the taxes, because the European students couldn't receive the salaries like the English students. So I accepted that bursary, and then I kept teaching Italian while doing my PhD. My PhD was about immigration studies. At the time, I was interested in immigration in Italy. At the start, when I was here in the 90s, the immigration to Italy was at the start. So I started to study the female immigration from Philippines and Morocco to Italy and Spain. I was studying in England, but I had to go back to Italy to write my research. And then I had to spend 6 months in Barcelona to do the second part of my research. Those 6 months became 2 years and a half. I really liked Barcelona, so I remained there for 2 years and a half, and I finished my dissertation there. I took my time also for some collaboration. I wanted to stay in Barcelona, actually. Me and my partner tried to remain there and work at university where we collaborated, but we couldn't. The climate was very close, and you should be Catalan to be able to access a fixed place, a fixed post there, temporary post there, permanent, sorry. So I finished my PhD. I was lucky enough because after submitting my thesis, I had an opportunity in England. I spotted a job. I applied from Spain. I went to the interview in England, and I took the job, which was a researcher job in London for 3 years. The topic was relevant to those I studied in my thesis. It was a comparative project financed by the national research body, and it was studying transnational cross-border families of 3 types. One of those were South European cross-border families. And I wanted to study the Italians in England, which were studied not as much as the time, so I got the job. I worked in team at the University of South Bank for 4 years, and then the contract was renewed, so I could work 4 years in South Bank. I have to say that that period was my best period for my career, academically speaking. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed my group. We were 20 of us. The group was multicultural, and I really enjoyed working in this university, which was considered a city university. It is in the heart of an area of London which had a very heterogeneous population of students. I didn't teach a lot at the time. I was mainly a researcher. After 4 years there, I moved to Oxford, but I worked in South Bank, so I was commuting. From there, after 4 years, I had my first permanent job, which was as a teacher, a lecturer at the University of Nottingham, where I am still working. In 2012, I was promoted and I became associated professor, and now I'm still there I'm here in Nottingham. I'm not sure. I think I should stop now. Congratulations for your career. I have a question and a consideration. Whom were you teaching Italian to when you were in England? To anyone. At the start, in Brighton, I taught to adults. It was a center of training for adults, so people of any kind who wanted to learn Italian, to go on holiday or to conversate. So it was a course for hobby. Then I started to do conversation at university, so I taught conversation to students who studied Italianistics. And I also carried out my adult courses for Italian at any levels, for any goals as well. I would like to say that your favorite goal was Ireland, so that's why you have a green jumper. Yes, maybe yes. Ireland didn't happen. Your hair and your outfit is very Irish. Maybe soon I will go there. So now let's move on to and meet these people better. Migration in the third millennium. After this biography, I will ask them, by giving them maybe a couple of minutes more, to tell their experience as immigrants. So someone leaving their home country, going to a foreign country. So what were the difficulties you met? What were the problems for accessing the labor market? And what were your strengths within yourself to say, let's continue? And how did you interact with the local community and with the others immigrants with whom you had some contact? So this is the draft for the next, let's say, moment of storytelling. So let's follow the same order. So let's go back to London to Pierpaolo Bastiani.
First of all, I was glad to listen to the stories of other migrants, so I would like to greet you all. Migration can happen in different ways. Some people leave to study, some people look for a job, some people, like myself, leave because they have no alternative in Italy. And that was my case. I decided to leave and look for a better future. For sure, no one is there offering you anything without an effort. During the first years as a migrant, I found it difficult in integrating in the European cultures, because my English was poor, because I didn't know the habits, I didn't have any social network. It is different if you visit Paris or London or Barcelona, visiting a friend, going on holiday. You live in a bubble, but if you get to a city not knowing anybody, you have little money, you don't know the language, you need to look for accommodation, look for a job, and also try to survive, of course, to have an income. So surviving becomes a way of living. So you have to get organized, find a job, find an income. This seems elementary, But this is not the case for everyone. The other members of this round table are highly educated and found good jobs. But many migrants are less educated, like myself, and could, however, reach high professional positions, but starting is always difficult. My strengths were the pride to be Italian. I think that many people that I know made similar choices, and they had to be strong. They couldn't count on a family, on friends, they didn't have contacts abroad, so they had to find their interior strength, look for small jobs, look for opportunities. Then, if you get a more stable working situations and you have a little bit more money, you can find a better accommodation, everything becomes easier. You can get a better situation. Language is fundamental. I write contracts in English now. I learned English on the street in 28 years. But I think it is important to understand the foreign cultures and try to settle down in the hosting community, in the receiving community. Because if this doesn't happen, if you don't learn the language, if you don't get acquainted with the habits and costumes of the place, then living there is more difficult, above all when you want to get in touch with the locals. I didn't get in touch with a lot of Italians at the beginning, and those whom I found at the very beginning weren't friends for me. Many of them went to England without a plan. They were looking for jobs, but they didn't really feel like working. I liked the English mindset, which focuses on merit. If you're good at something, if you're a good person, if you're good-willed, if you want to work and to make a career, they are very welcoming. We have 14 million inhabitants in London, 7 of which live inside the city. By the way, I'm talking about the situation before the pandemic. There was a very high turnover of people, of employees, so wherever you work, you're never sure of your job. You have to continue to improve yourself. I would like to conclude adding that you have to continue to work hard, to try and find new opportunities. Now I'm stuck, like everyone. I organized the last event I organized. I involved 400 employees. I organized a great event. So I arrived in 1993. I didn't know the language. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know where to stay and sleep. But today I am a different person. My path, my career was very hard, full of difficulties, but very rewarding. So this is the message I want to give you. Thank you, Pierpaolo. I would like to add a few words. You talked about the Italian pride to challenge oneself and the importance of language. I remember an anecdote of something which had happened to a girl who migrated from Trentino to London. She had learned English a little bit better. They had to go to the post office to make a payment, and she decided to go herself. And then at the post office, she had to write down the figure and also to write down the number in letters. But unfortunately, she could she knew how to pronounce it, but not how to write it. But then, of course, this changed. She improved even further, and she was able to get stronger and find her way. Let's go to France. Can you tell us something about your experience? You have already told us about an irregular firing, but I would like to listen to your words about the possible difficulties in migrating to France. I would like to start from what Pierpaolo was saying. In France, at least in Paris, we have an organization which is like a city and state. The region, the Île-de-France, around Paris, 12 million people live and they commute every day. 8 to 10 million people commute to go and work in the city center, and then they go back home. So I believe it is pretty similar to the situation in London. Even the working environment is pretty similar. It is in between the Latin and the Nordic culture. When I got to France, I didn't know anybody. I didn't have any social networks. I got a job in the web marketing agency just because I was Italian. Then they fired me because my manager feared that I could become the manager because I was skilled and she was scared, basically. That was what happened, but maybe that was for the better because then I was prompted into going back to my career, that was becoming a journalist. That was my situation. You are a foreigner, you know other languages. My French wasn't too bad. I, of course, spoke Italian. So that was a point of strength. But Italian migrants were very competitive. I didn't like this competitiveness. I didn't look for the company of Italians. There was an association of Italians online, coordinated by Giuseppe Severnini. But I decided not to take part in this organization because I didn't like this hypocrisy environment and this mistrust atmosphere. So I didn't want to participate in this association. A friend whom I met in Pôle Antoine, the labor office, told me that he was in contact with a journalist that was a French friend of mine. So I met this journalist who didn't know me, but he knew that I had worked for other Italian newspapers, and he was open-minded. He decided to train me but he told me, you have to be independent. So at the very beginning, the integration wasn't smooth. I agree that merit is very important in France as well. My mom used to teach at elementary school. My father was a technician, so they didn't have any contacts in France. The opportunities emerge in France. If you focus on your objective, you can have success. I can tell you what I was doing in the direction office in the sport TV broadcaster. I was very, very focused. I was aware that I had been given the opportunity to do something I liked, so I wanted to give my best. So at the end of the working day, I was really tired. I was working 8 to 10 hours a day. So the merit is definitely something which counts. However, we have to admit that merit is not always at the base of the French system. If you know someone who knows something, and this is probably the Latin character of the French people. However, if you prove to be good-willed, to be skilled, then you get job opportunities. I left Italy because I had tried to work as a journalist in Italy, but I couldn't make it. And many people had asked me, do you know someone working in journalism? Because otherwise you don't have any chance. And I knew that I didn't know anybody. But we shouldn't be sorry for that. One shouldn't give up its career just because they don't know someone important. In 2008, my father took me to the train station with a hockey bag, sport bag, to go to France, and he gave me 50 euro, and he said, look for a job there and stay there. I remember this still, so I was pretty moved by my father's words. I can tell you that being a migrant is very touching. If you're Italian, you have to face the stereotype of the Italian being a cunning person, trying to avoid work. In Italy, the migration flows between the two world wars was made of labor force going to France to be miners. So we had migrants coming from Maghreb and from Italy. Today, there still are very many Italian surnames in the southern part of France because many people had migrated to France to participate in the migration flow and get a job as a miner between the two wars. So that was the first migration wave. We have two different types of stereotypes. On the one side, those who worked really hard, and the stereotype of those who try to get money without really making an effort. Thank you for sharing with us your personal memories, and I think that these personal anecdotes are extremely welcome. So let's go on with Giada Pellegrin, who is in Luxembourg. First of all, at the beginning, I didn't move because I had to. I moved out of curiosity because I wanted to live an adventure abroad. I was pretty lucky because I wasn't alone. I was together with a lot of schoolmates who had attended the master course with me. No one was coming from Trentino. That was quite a large number. We were all new citizens, so it was kind of a large family. This supporting network is extremely important at the very beginning because you can get help, you feel at home, but after a while, everyone makes their own choices. Some begin to work. You have to settle down, to study, to make an effort. I didn't speak any French at the beginning. The situation in Luxembourg is peculiar. There are 3 official languages: German, Luxembourg language, and French. The environment is very international. There are a lot of French people, and therefore French is fundamental. I started working. I used to work 4 days a week, and after working I would go and attend a course of French for 2 hours a day, and then I would go to sleep. This happened over the first 4 months, and that was fundamental. French is a difficult language, but if you speak French, that's easy, but writing is a different story. A colleague of mine was with me one day. I had learned the conjunctive tense. So instead of saying, "What do you want me to do?" I got the wrong pronunciation, and I said, "What do you want from my butt?" So we laughed, but this is just to tell you how difficult it can be also to learn a new language. Languages are fundamental. I work in an Italian bank, but many clients come from France, from Italy, from other countries, and therefore it is very important to speak different languages. My connections, my bonds with the Italian communities is pretty strong. There is the Italian Chamber of Commerce there. The Italian community is well integrated. The contact with the Luxembourg community is different, is harder. The local community is somehow buffer among different states, among France, Germany, and the north of Europe. I attended various courses of the Luxembourg language and culture. I just wanted to add, as far as the Italians living in Luxembourg are concerned, we're not many, but Trentini nel Mondo allowed me to meet other people coming from Trentino. Most of them belong to the previous migration generation. They are the second generation. Now I belong to the board of directors of the group of Trentini nel Mondo in Luxembourg. We organized some online events, but the situation is extremely interesting. We're not very many, but however, we're very active. Thank you for your words, and I would like to thank on behalf of the association the fact that you underlined the importance of the association as a place where people can meet and exchange information and organize events. I would like to remind you some online events organized by the Luxembourg group of Trentini nel Mondo with Ilaria Dorigatti, who spoke last night to us about the pandemic. So it is definitely a group which is very active. So thank you for also mentioning your contact with the Trentini nel Mondo, which can be a resource for migrants as well. So let's close our roundtable with our aspiring Irish. March is also the month of St. Patrick, so Ireland is more present than ever in your head, probably. So let's talk about the various obstacles or troubles which you found on your way out of Italy. Maybe my story is a little bit different. I have been away for a longer period, so integration was very different. And I would like to talk about Brexit as well. So at the beginning, I didn't have any difficulty. I had studied here, and that helped, of course, because I knew the system, I spoke the language. I had tried to move to Spain as well, but the academic system in Spain was very closed, and I didn't make a breakthrough, so I went back to the UK. I must say it was much easier to get into the system in the UK rather than in Spain, and to find a job which was related to my studies. So I didn't really have great difficulties at the very beginning. The UK was very positive for me. My job was in the city center. I was working with a multinational team with which I went along very well, and I had good social relationships with my colleagues as well. So the start was not tough. My partner and I moved to Oxford because he used to work there, and that phase was more difficult than my life in the south of London, because Oxford was totally university oriented, and it is not easy to get in touch with the local population. It was a tougher city, and Oxford was difficult for me. We had met a lot of people, but the university is the focus of the city, so many people come for a short period, attend some study courses, and then they leave. There's a lot of turnover of foreigners with whom you get in touch more easily. After a while, I started to settle down. Oxford is a small city, but it is easy to live in. Then I went to Nottingham. At the beginning, everything was okay. So I can say that settling down and getting integrated was pretty easy. Other friends had more difficulties with Brexit. Brexit came as a shock on people like myself who had spent over 20 years here. We experienced a different climate during the period just before the referendum. At the beginning, as I said, I didn't have any troubles. But then, after many years, when I was already speaking the language, I had a house, I had a family, we felt we were not welcome anymore. And that was very tough to accept. So we somehow had to analyze our situation again. We wondered, what are we doing here? What are we going to do now? So I can say my life was a little bit the contrary, the opposite to what I heard from other colleagues. No difficulty at the beginning, and then I experienced this sense of rejection at the very end. Things became very tough over the last few years. There's a very negative perception of foreigners, which I can perceive at all levels, also within my working environment. This is strange because one might think that the longer you stay in a place, the more migrants get to integrate into the society, whereas the contrary happened to myself and some friends of mine. So we're starting to wonder now, what are we going to do? How can we relate with the society within which we worked and lived for many years? So that was my experience, which was definitely different from the experiences of others, because I have been away for many years and I went through the very heavy changes which the English society underwent. You were speaking about merit, the lack of bureaucracy, pragmatism, which I really liked from the very start and made me decide to stay here. But these elements have changed. There is less consideration for merit. Now there is more bureaucracy now in comparison to what we found at around the year 2000, and the society has changed in a negative way. So, my life was probably the opposite process, underwent the opposite process to what I heard before. So now I feel less of a member of the current society. Pierpaolo, do you have the same perception? Did Brexit change your perception? Does it make you feel less welcome in the British society? Well, if we speak about Brexit, we would probably need a lot of time to speak about it. I definitely agree on that, because now someone decided to take away the European citizenship to European citizens who lived in a European country for many years, supported the economy, bought a house, settled down, got a family. So they took away our right to be Europeans due to a referendum and due to the shameful political system. I don't want to talk about politics now, but I believe that the 3.5 million Europeans who are still living in the UK couldn't vote for a referendum that implied a lot of changes for us as well, because we were not considered. We were not English, nor did we have an English passport, whereas British people living abroad in Jamaica, in New Zealand, belonging to the Commonwealth, could vote, had the right to vote, even if they were so far away from Italy. So the process was totally wrong since the very start. Many lies were told by the parties which didn't want to support the idea of Europe. And now Great Britain is out of Europe with a lot of problems. So many of us, many migrants are beginning to wonder if we should stay or go back home because we don't feel welcome anymore. We're not talking about violence or discrimination, but you can perceive that there is a certain level of hostility. We're required to prepare a lot of papers, a lot of documents, the bureaucracy is changing. So this type of behavior makes us wonder if we should stay or leave.
Thank you for your words. I was impressed by what you said. A referendum was organized and the people couldn't attend, those who were interested in it. So there are some questions coming from people who are following this roundtable. So I think that maybe before continuing with the other topics, maybe we should give some first answers, even if quick. So I will now ask a question, and then with the same order, you will respond very briefly. So I can see from all the stories that it is possible to change one's direction or improve one's jobs. Would you have had the same possibility if you stayed in Italy? Let's start with Gianpaolo. Actually, no. I didn't have any kind of school diploma. In Italy, if you don't have a degree, you cannot find a job. So in my case, that would have been impossible. So I frankly think that I wouldn't be able to have the same job in Italy. If desperation, of course, it's there. But little by little, if you want to roll up your sleeves and you want to do work well, then surely it is a very positive thing for me to go out and find a job, which I imagine I couldn't do in Italy, surely. Luca Endrizzi. If you stayed in Italy, do you think if you had stayed in Italy, do you think you had the same opportunity? Sorry, I will be very short. No, surely not. I wouldn't have the same opportunity. Today I'm happy I do what I do. It cost me a lot, but surely in Italy I couldn't do what I do now. Giada? I would say probably I would have needed some more time, and it would have been more difficult. But I think that yes, at the end, yes, because I'm an optimistic person, but surely it would have taken longer. Elisabetta Zantini? No, I don't think so. I didn't even imagine to have an academic career in Italy. I studied in Italy, but I didn't think I could take into consideration such a path. Another double question. Do you think that abroad we think it is less immobile? So, being abroad, if you are abroad, you can be more mobile, but are you also more precarious? It depends on where you go, because in some regions, these regions are more advanced and they are richer, and there are ways in which you can work on. There are nations, like in Italy, where we are stuck on certain jobs. And the immobility means that people who want to do something in their lives need to leave and look for something important. And then, as for the UK, which is one of the nations where there are more Italian immigrants in Europe, 420,000 immigrants. And the fact is that it is easier to have jobs here. So I believe that in this situation, it depends on the opportunity of the nations where we have more opportunity to give work to those who are willing to accept it. Luca? I agree with Pierpaolo, but if we want to dig deeper, it depends on the opportunities. The opportunities are also created by us. I believe that Italy is backward. Maybe it's also a question of mentality, but I think that Italy is a little bit backward on many things, on the generational turnover, which never happened in some sectors, and we are paying, as Italians, we're paying what wasn't done before. Maybe it could be stupid as a justification, because it's not always the other's fault. But the situation we're living when we finished our studies, the situation was created 20 or 30 years before, so the immobilism is like an illness. The person who wrote this answer, I don't really know what immobilism is, but for me, immobilism is like an illness. So we need to cure this, to treat this. There are programs of return of the brain drain. And I don't know if these programs are enough, but we need to turn the page. And we need to recover from this illness. Giada. I agree with Luca as for the generations and the difference in generations, because sadly for the young people the opportunities are not many. If you have a job and you lose it, it's difficult to find another job, whereas I can see that in Luxembourg the labor market is more dynamic, and I believe that this is one of the factors which pushes young people to go abroad, and that's a shame, because often these are people who are trained in Italy who then go to work and contribute to the economy abroad, whereas the investment was done originally in Italy, and this benefits another country. And I believe that, yes, I can perceive this difference and this Italian immobilism. Elisabetta, I share what was said by the three colleagues, and I just want to add something. There was a precarious side of the question, and I believe that, yes, in England, a few are the jobs who are permanent, or like mine, for example. My is not temporary, but yes, it's possible to lose your job. The departments can shut down if they don't have enough students. The universities could renew themselves, and all the professions as well.
Sparita Elisabetta. Riusciamo a recuperarla oppure intanto proseguo con un'altra domanda.
So I will go on with another question which arrived in the chat. The question is to all of you. So when you came there, did you have to adapt and change your mentality and your lifestyle, or also the others tried somehow to meet your needs and help you? Well, obviously, leaving your comfort zone where you know the language, you know the people, and you have more possibilities to do many things, and then arriving in a country where you don't know the language or the people, so this make you change quickly. And you change your lifestyle, you have to learn the language, you have to learn how it works to find a job, so you have to change a lot. And I believe that there are two things which I would like to say. When I arrived here, when I arrived in Germany and then in London, I didn't have any kind of help, meaning training or financial help or any kind of help to find a job, because I wasn't looking for this. But now there are so many functions, associations who can give the possibility to anyone traveling in any way, in any place of the world, to find a job. There are associations like Trentini nel Mondo, Giuliani nel Mondo, the consulates, the government. There are more possibilities than in the past, like in the 90s. So I believe that young people now can travel. It's a very good experience. It was difficult because we had to change our mentality somehow. Above all, after 40 years, I still feel, I feel a little bit English IQ. I say sorry many times. I don't drink tea, though. I would like to respond. We need to change our mentality. When I arrived in Paris, in the banlieue of Paris, you have to follow their system. I remember that still now. In Paris, you don't go, you don't say to a friend, hey, are you free? Let's go and have a beer. Let's go there. Let's go to Duomo Square and hang around. Well, you have to say, to book in advance. There is no spontaneity. You have to organize. You have to be part of the agenda. And this maybe, as I was saying, is because Paris is like a state. The Parisians say, we are Parisians, we are the center of the world, the rest is just countryside. So you have to follow the others. Your agenda is not important. When you come here, when you arrive, you have to ask for favors, you have to ask for an appointment, you don't have anything to give, or almost anything to give, or at least this is how I felt. Then you find out that you have something to give, and if the others are curious, they come to you and they say, let's do something together. Oh, you're Italian, where are you from? Or they say, oh, let's go and let's eat an Italian dish. So there is, maybe after some time, there is a moment where you can also be proactive, but at the start you really have to change, you have to queue and follow their agenda.
Grazie Luca. Giada?
I believe that you have to adapt. That's so important. When you go abroad, you know that you have to adapt. As Luca was saying at the start, you have to adapt, and you notice this. When you go back to Italy, you can notice it. When you go back, you realize that you learned a different way of living. Then, little by little, you become more flexible, but at the start, surely you need to adapt. We could resume the link with Elisabetta. Maybe you want to end what you were saying. I would like to ask you, at the start, did you have to adapt and change your lifestyle, or the others could help you as well to integrate? Well, yes, for sure, you need to adapt. As Giada was saying, you need to... Well, this is an essential part when you move. It's a condition that you have to follow, because you meet different people with different mentalities, different habits, and surely this happens, and this needs to happen. And this is a positive aspect. This is not something that I don't like to do. At the start, learning new ways of behaving and living and being with others could be sometimes interesting. And then maybe, as I was saying, over the years, some things get more and more difficult. Then when you are younger, you are more curious and you want to question yourself and challenge yourself. But I don't think I have to add a lot. Someone from Trentino lives in Argentina, and this person asks, I've always perceived a discrimination, a positive discrimination, as Italian abroad. So I almost have a higher esteem here. Did you also experience this? Did you have the same feeling? Let's start with Pierpaolo. Actually, no. English people are people who judge you. So that's why we have Brexit now. Brexit is a confirmation of this attitude. British people want to be the first. Well, actually, it was difficult for me to be Italian in England, mostly in the 90s. Now maybe the things have changed, but it was very hard for me. Not because I was Italian, I was opened many doors. I had to work very, very hard, and I had to do even the double effort, because the English people wanted to hire English people, so I had to be very, very good in order to balance the situation. I believe that this person maybe was very lucky. I don't know where he went. I would like to go there too. I agree with Pierpaolo. I also had to demonstrate that as a foreigner, I had to do the same job, but I had to do it better, because you have to demonstrate that they have to take you instead of 50 French people who are waiting behind the doors. So you have to do even better than the others. So I didn't meet any positive discrimination. On the opposite, the Italian person is seen through a stereotype, like a person who wants to rip you off, or lazy, and someone who doesn't want to work as much. Now, with my friends, the only positive discrimination is that when I invite them for dinner, they all want to come over and eat something good, it is a stereotype, but it is true. The Italian cuisine is very well appreciated. The art of living is researched. The Italian lifestyle is very well appreciated. But this is not the case. This is not my job.
Giada, essere un'italiana fiemmese?
What about you, Giada? Luxembourg is very international, so they are almost open to new cultures and to integration of the foreigners, but the stereotype, the classic stereotype is there. Unfortunately, Italians are not seen very positively. Maybe not Italians are not seen negatively, but you have to work hard anyway to demonstrate that they are wrong, that the stereotype is not always true. What about you, Elisabetta? I agree with what was said by Pierpaolo about England. My experience is similar. English people tend to consider themselves as the first, so foreigners are seen as inferior somehow. So most of all on the job. So as a foreigner, you have to work twice as much to justify your presence. So yes, I agree. Another question. So you will answer in the same order in a couple of minutes. If in Italy there was a job which was paid as much as the one you are doing abroad, would you come back, or is this a more complex choice? Pierpaolo, where would I have to sign? Well, I was speaking with Elisabetta earlier. With Brexit, the situation is very different now, above all with COVID. So Brexit and COVID are so difficult for us now. Yes, surely, if I could come back to Italy with a similar job and bringing all my experience to Italy, which I've had over 30 years of career, that would be great. And I'm thinking about doing that because here, restarting in a nation with Brexit and COVID is going to be super hard. Above all, for people like me, with my age, I'm not young anymore, and it's going to be very hard. Surely I would be interested in coming back to Italy. I've always loved Italy. I've always had beautiful relations to Italy, so I've been thinking of it actually. I think of it sometimes, but I have a love and hate relation to Italy. What I do here, I cannot do in Italy. So if it was just for my job, no, surely I would stay here in France. Maybe in 10, 15 years, I could change my mind, or even earlier. But no, I would say that my answer globally is no. Sometimes I think of it. Giada? Well, it's not banal as an as a question, because there are many points, many benefits which are on one side and some weaknesses on the others. For a job similar to mine, probably, yes, I would go back to Italy. Elisabetta? I was speaking with Pierpaolo before that, and we said yes, we would, yes, Brexit plus COVID for us, it is a very difficult situation. So my answer would be yes. Another question. We are asked if you could tell us an experience that you have on your job which you are proud of which you have a very good memory. So if you could share with us a professional experience which was a pillar for you that made you proud and satisfied and made you feel well. So let's start with Pierpaolo. So I was very, very, very lucky because I had experience in the event field on a very important level where I managed to meet stars on a global level who made some events in which I was a manager. I don't want to list them all because it's a very long list. The event which I was doing was the 100th anniversary of FIFA, and we had some football players, some of the best. We had Pelé, for example. We had 100 footballers in the same room in the Museum of History, and that was magic. I was very lucky. I could attend some parties or events where normal people could not go, but as I worked in this field, in these exceptional places, I had the privilege to meet these people. So yes, very, very good experiences. Luca, I'm thinking of it because I do a job which is a passion job. It is what I want to do. I am a journalist for a television, for a pan-European TV, Eurosport, and I also work for a big newspaper in France for other magazines as well. So I have very good memories. I followed the athletics championship in 2018, and I enjoyed it very much. That was a great experience. 10 days for which you have to organize yourself, you have to write your pieces, you have to be very quick. And when I came back, I received a lot of compliments, and I was so satisfied because another French person could have done it as well, but I was sent. So this is linked to the fact of being a foreigner, and so you feel as a foreigner in the place where you're living, and I was privileged of being picked among French people, and my satisfaction was great. This was the reportage I did the last summer. Then it was a reportage in Britain. So I was broadcasted in the public radio. I was broadcasted in 40 countries in the world. And when you press the button and you know that 40 other colleagues are listening to you, and you organize the conference, is so thrilling. So this can give you a lot of satisfaction if done well. Giada? I don't have so great experience, but in my job, when you have a satisfied client or when you receive the compliments of your colleagues or your boss is satisfied, for me, that's a great satisfaction. I was thinking, and it's difficult to to think of something particular. I am doing the job that I've always wished to do. I'm satisfied about the publications I did, the books I wrote, and I was very satisfied about it. The courses that I teach, the roles that I play in the department, and these are so satisfying, and this is the job I wanted to do. So in general, I'm so happy of what I do. I think maybe this is a common thing, because what you do is your passion, right? So there might be some peaks of satisfaction, but in general, whatever you do makes you feel good. So maybe I could recap like this, right? Beyond the exceptional and rare events, what you do now, it's your passion. So in any moment of your work, you find motivation to go on and to feel that you are happy in your role. Let's go back to the fil rouge of the round table, which was the title, which referred to the COVID time. So let's go back to the program of the round table. We've heard something about the job of Pierpaolo dealing with events. COVID was like a very great obstacle, and something was already said about this, and now I would like to tell me something about how the pandemic has changed and how your job, what are the initiatives that you have in order to go through this kind of situation, and if the pandemic improved or worsened your conditions of foreign workers. Well, COVID was a tragedy for us, for everybody, for us in England. Well, we really had a very high number of deaths. The problem of COVID was, as I was saying with Elisabetta, the fact that we started to react later than the European countries. Yesterday, I didn't know if you follow the conference by Ilaria Dorigatti. Because of the lack of doing proper lockdown, in 2 weeks, 15,000 people died. So this is very severe, and we were hit by it here in England more than in other states. Work-wise, I'm stuck. I've been stuck for almost 1 year. On the 13th of March 2020, I started to close everything down, and from that moment, all my locations and my jobs have been cancelled. So if someone told me last year, look, Pierpaolo, in March we're going to shut everything down and for 1 year you're not going to earn anything, I would have said, no, it's impossible. But that was what happened, and unfortunately we tried to survive. The government helped a bit the people with some money, some benefit given by the credits given to all people in case of need, but to people like me, I am a company director. Well, we didn't receive any help, and we are 1.5 million people having companies, and we didn't have any financial support. We only had loans, but we're going to have more and more debts, and I didn't accept that. So that was a terrible shock, and we're still working, we're still having consequences because we don't know when we're going to open. We have no idea on when the event will be resumed, when the hotel and restaurants will be open, and there are people like me, maybe thousands and thousands of people working in the catering sector, or there are people who can work from home or work remotely, but maybe this kind of people can continue to work like this, but we have to work face to face, so we have to do a physical work. For us, it was a terrible shock. The only positive thing is that vaccination in England is going well. There are 16 million people which are got their vaccination already. We left the European Union, that's true. We don't have any European restrictions, so we have more vaccination than in Europe. The only thing we have to do is wait. We have to wait that everyone is vaccinated. We don't know when we're going to open. The government at the moment wasn't good at giving any direction, any clear direction to the English people, so no one is wearing a mask. The lockdown is actually fake. So the lockdown was not very well managed, but we're positive. We try to go on, and we hope that everything is over soon. Thank you, Luca. I'm starting to what Pierpaolo is saying. I am optimistic. In France, the pandemic was managed very, very badly last year, and still is. We all wear a mask when we go out, and I believe that the population was very responsible, what is not always the case in Paris usually, but the population was very responsible this time. To go back to your questions, how the job changed, now foreigners and French people are in the same situation. I didn't see any differences. I am a freelancer, so I suffered from this situation. I didn't work much from March to October. I didn't work much. I couldn't maintain the minimum work, so I could maintain my relationship with my media I'm working with. So as soon as things are back to business, I hope it's going to go well. My bank account has suffered. Fortunately, my health didn't suffer, but I received some state benefit, state aid, but not as much. So that is my witnessing.
Pierpaolo was mentioning that there are no contributions for businesses in the UK, whereas in France the situation is different. We have some buffer benefits, so we can keep working. The labor market changed because the amount of work has changed, has reduced in the months between March and October. That was reduced by 50%. Usually I would leave 3 times a month for a reportage, and I left maybe once a month between March and October. After 6 o'clock, you can go around just for working activities, but there is a lockdown during the night hours. If you have to meet people, they somehow don't want to meet you. So our profession is really limited. So my job on site, on the TV channel, it is still possible to work because there's a very limited number of people going there with a face mask, with disinfection. So the situation is pretty okay despite the bad political management. Vaccines are not being distributed effectively in France, but I think we will have to get used to the virus. We got various information. They told us at the beginning it would be for 3 months, maybe 6. 1 year has gone by and we still have to fight the virus. Luckily, my sector, in comparison to event organization, tourism, which has been super affected in Val di Fiemme, luckily was not really involved and affected by the virus because we can work using our computer with flexible work. So for sure it is different from working in the bank with other colleagues, but however, we can continue to work. Luxembourg is again peculiar. There are a lot of transnational workers. We have a lot of Italians coming to work. That was, of course, blocked. There are fewer people around, and you can really feel the difference. But the state managed the situation pretty well. Above all, they submitted the entire population to tests. Naturally, we're talking about a small state, so testing is not as difficult as it would be in Italy or in a larger country. So I can say that the situation was kept under control. Vaccination is delayed, but the general management of the pandemic was efficient. My family is not in Luxembourg. Of course, I do suffer of loneliness. Elisabetta. Pierpaolo has already explained the troubles of the negative management of the pandemic in the UK, above all during the initial phase. The situation we faced was very hard. We always had a very high number of cases. We're still experiencing the lockdown because of the very high number of infected people in December. From the working point of view, I am lucky because my sector continues to work pretty well. I work for the university, I remind you, and we can continue to work. So we are definitely lucky. How did the work change? Well, it changed a lot for me. It became much heavier, much more difficult, because we had to start with blended learning. So some lessons have to be recorded in advance. They are uploaded on specific platforms managed by the university. It seems easy, but as you have experienced during the organization of this conference, the preparation of online recorded lessons takes a lot of time. So before we just went to the lesson, we prepared, of course, the lesson, but now you have to work even more before beginning to record the lesson. Further, There are new lessons with the online debates, which are additional lessons. Then we have seminars. So I can say that the workload has increased and has become more difficult. Further, the management was problematic. The government management and the university management. The universities in England, in the UK, are organized on a campus, so the students would live inside the university campus. After the summer, the number of infected people was limited. They had diminished during the summer, and then in September, universities decided to open again and allowing students to attend lessons and live in the campus. Even if some of the lessons were still online, these caused the soaring of the number of cases. In September, there was an explosion of new outbreaks of the pandemic, even within the university. So we had to manage online teaching. We had positive students living alone, isolated within the campus without having a lot of support. So I can say it was pretty tough. Now, we are again experiencing the lockdown. Schools are closed. I work from home, but my kids are home as well. And someone has to take care of them. So it is pretty difficult to combine working and taking care of your kids. Thank you for this detailed description of how you are living and experiencing the lockdown. I would like to ask you what I would have asked even if we had organized a normal seminar in presence. So I would like Elisabetta to ask a question to Luca and to Giada to ask a question to Pierpaolo. So what would you ask your colleague if you were together in the same room, around the same table? So, Elisabetta, should you have the possibility to ask a question to Luca, what would you ask? I'm asking you because I want the lady to ask the question to Luca. My question is, could you come back in time? Would you leave again and would you go to France again, or would you change the country of destination? That is a very difficult question to reply to. I think that random elements led me to move to France. I got a scholarship in 2004. I didn't know any French, as I was saying earlier, so I spent a lot of time learning French because language is fundamental. So I'm not really sure, but I'm sure that I would have left anyway. I've always had troubles in really accessing the labor market in Italy, but also because I was curious about different cultures. So I think I would have left anyway. So this is the reason why also I chose to become a journalist, because curiosity is at the base of journalism. I was impressed by Pierpaolo's career, whom I would like to congratulate. What do you think if a young person who arrives in England now, do you think that she or he would have the chance to make a career similar to yours, or do you think it would be more difficult? The answer is pretty easy. No, because unfortunately, because of Brexit, it wouldn't be possible. An Italian person moving to the UK is pretty difficult, whether to study or to work. Nowadays, you have to get a certain score, a certain status to stay in the UK. To get it, you have to be residing in the UK for 5 years, and you need it to study or work in the UK. So should you land in the UK nowadays, you should have to stay for 5 years to obtain a certain status which would allow you to study and work. I don't know if we are going towards a point system, a score system like in Australia. We have no idea. The Brexit took place, but we have no precise information about how people can come and work or study in the UK. So there's a lot of confusion at all levels. But my answer is no. I must say that I was lucky. I had the chance to work in very specific high-level working places. I worked with locals, which is very important. And I had the chance to make a career I wouldn't have been able to make in Italy. So I don't want to discourage people to move to England. However, I don't have any information that I could give to someone who would like to move to the UK. Now, of course, we turn around who's asking the question who is going to reply. For Elisabetta, my question is, you said you have a family, you have kids. It's a personal question. I have a kid myself, and I wanted to know how often you go back to Italy and how you were able to manage the grandparents-kids relationship. Thank you for asking. My kids are teenagers. They are 14 and 16 years old. We have always been able to go back to Italy at least 3 times a year. My job allows me to have very long summer holidays. I could work from Italy even before the pandemic, when the students are not in class. So I've always spent my summer in Riva del Garda, and the same is true for Easter time. So we have visited always at least 3 times a year. So they met regularly with their grandparents. Of course, the pandemic makes it very difficult. And of course, it is a heavy situation. This situation, the Brexit plus pandemic situation, made these travels impossible. It is not possible to travel as much as it was in the past. I spent my first Christmas in the UK. Apparently, we will be here at Easter time as well. So up to now, we have been traveling a lot, and the teenagers were visiting their grandparents. Now, Giada, to Pierpaolo. My question has to do with the fact that you migrated to migrate to a different state. But, for example, if you didn't find a job, would you have changed your mind? Would you have gone back to Italy, or would you have tried your chance in a different place? Thanks for your question. I would probably have come back to Italy if I had found a lot of difficulties, because of course home is home, you feel safer. So should I have not found a job abroad, then I think I would have gone back to Italy, and maybe I would have left from Italy again towards some other destination, but I think I would have come back to Italy. Thank you. We're going towards the conclusions of this roundtable, which has been extremely interesting. And I have a question for all of you. I ask you to be short. What do you miss the most of Italy, and why? Pierpaolo. Sun, food, holiday. I miss Italy a lot. In the UK, as you know, food is not excellent, and Elisabetta can confirm that. I also miss my childhood, my teenager time, because I left when I was very young. I was 18 years old. So, of course, I miss Italy a lot. Luca. Maybe it's a stereotype, but I say I miss my family. My partner and I have a 3-year-old baby. We should have come back in February to Italy. We haven't visited Italy since August to visit my family and my partner's family. Giada? I agree. I miss my family, above all during the pandemic period, where traveling has become more and more difficult. My friends, skiing, the mountain environment. I am a passionate skier, so definitely I miss that. In winter, I would usually go back to Italy and ski, but because of the pandemic, it is much more difficult. Are you a cross-country skier or alpine skier? I'm a cross-country skier, and I wanted to participate in the Marcia Longa competition. The same as others, of course. What do I miss? I miss my friends, my family, the climate. Being in the UK, we experiment a different climate. So we are going towards the conclusions of this meeting. I thank you for your speeches, for sharing your experiences and feelings with us. I hope that was a positive afternoon for you too, that you enjoyed chatting with one another, with the other Trentini nel mondo. We have very few minutes available, so in the very same order, I would like to give you the opportunity to greet the participants. I would like to thank the organizers, the Associazione Trentini nel Mondo, all people who are behind the organization of this conference. Congratulations for the seminar, the online seminar. I hope that will be the only online seminar because I enjoy more, of course, the personal relationship with people. So I enjoy the real conversations with people in front of me. I would like to thank also our European colleagues. It was very pleasant to listen to their experiences. I hope the pandemic will be over soon and that, who knows, we will go back to Italy with our new skills, experiences, now or maybe in 10, 15 years, who knows. Thank you for organizing this seminar. I hope we will meet in person next year with a real round table. Thanks to Trentini nel Mondo. We participated in another event with Giada in Lille in 2019, and we would like to further enlarge the network of Trentini nel Mondo in other countries in Europe. Unfortunately, the pandemic didn't allow us to meet in Brussels, even if we had already set a date. So let's hope that the situation will find a solution very soon, and in a few months we will be able to meet in person again with Pierpaolo, Elisabetta and the English expats to create a committee, maybe a European committee of expats. Finger crossed. Thanks to everyone, to the Association Trentini nel Mondo, to the organizers of this event, all the speakers who shared their experiences with us in a very open way. I really enjoyed it. I hope we are going to meet face to face very soon, and let's hope that the pandemic will be over soon, and I would really like to meet all my colleagues. I would also like to thank the Associazione, which was full of information yesterday and today as well. It is always pleasant to meet, even online, people who have had similar experiences. I hope we will be able to meet in person next time, somewhere abroad or in Trentino, when we come on holiday. And I would like to thank you again for organizing the event. I pretty much imagine that it was not easy to coordinate everything online. So let's hope we will meet soon. I would like to thank all the members of the Tavola Rotonda, Pierpaolo Bastiani from the UK, Luca Endrizzi from France, Giada Pellegrin from Luxembourg, and Elisabetta Zontini from the UK. Now we make a very short break, and then we will resume the works with the final conclusions by Vittorino Rodaro. Just 1 minute to let us get organized for the conclusions of the conference, Mobility and Migrations within the European Borders.
So let's start now with just 1 minute of delay as for the program, and let's start the final part, the conclusions, which we asked Rodaro to draw. Vittorino Rodaro is a counselor of Trentini nel Mondo, and he has a deep knowledge of the labor world. He was the secretary of a trade union on a provincial level, and he knows all the thematic of the European Union because he was the director of Euregio in Brussels, and he keeps following these events also on behalf of EDSA. So he has now the task of drawing a first to take stock of this situation. Thank you, and I would like to greet all the participants who are connected online, and I would like to thank these people for their patience in following these topics which are very interested and which have been covered yesterday and today. I would like to thank also the organization, the direction, the secretary of Trentino nel Mondo, which has always demonstrated a great professionality in realizing this event, which is not easy because it is organized remotely. That is the first time, and as far as I am concerned, I'm not an expert, but I believed it was perfectly working perfectly. Thanks also to the technical know-how of the company which is managing it, and thanks to the moderators who worked very well when managing the speeches and the debate of these 2 days. But what are the messages that I believe are sent from these 2 days? The first is that the phenomenon of mobility and migration is part of the history of mankind and the communities, and from the communities which are built, so we could say Homo sapiens, but also Homo ambulans, a person who is traveling, a person who travels the world, so is a person who is moving. As Tafner was saying in speaking at the start, people are looking for food, for shelter in the past, and today these people are looking for better conditions of life and work. People are fleeing wars, persecutions, misery, and hunger. The report Italians in the World 2020, which was drawn by Licante, made us understood that there are 5 million Italians residing abroad, and 131,000 people left Italy in the last year, and they move with their families. And not only this, another characteristic is that this mass of people is characterized by young people and young adults. So this emigration, this mobility is pushed by need. The destinations are Europe and the Americas. And we've also been told that Italy is not attractive for many reasons, which have been reminded also by the young people who told us their experience. So we could say that, as Delfina said earlier, that Italy is a republic founded on emigration. So what is the second message of these people who are looking for better job conditions and life conditions in these destinations? Lara Olivetti, Edith Spickler told us about the pros and cons of the new destinations, the facilitation, learning new languages, finding jobs in Sweden, but it was difficult to find integration because she was telling us about these closed bubbles where it is difficult to enter and to get integrated. So this situation of difficulty in being sociable is compensated by a great simplicity and pragmatism in the relations with the public administration. The German experience is a little bit less bright as for the Swedish part. This is due to the study which was carried out by Edith Pichler, by poor information on the real opportunity of jobs in Germany. As a consequence, in particular, starting from the financial crisis in 2008 and today with the COVID pandemic, whose horizons are not clear yet, well, this led us to create precarious and scarcely skilled labor. The jobs are precarious, and this leads to a higher possibility of being fired. So I was saying that the pandemic worsened this situation mostly for young people. So as Pichler was concluding, there is the need of rethinking about a new mobility. She was using these words, she used the word mature, reasoned, so we could say, as a third remark, how can we implement or try to implement a mature and reasoned mobility? Well, through, and this is the speech by the director of Rocchetti, through an information and a public debate and through an approach and a network between the public and the associations. So we should put the question of mobility, the question of migration at the center of a public debate, also for building a new public opinion which is informed on the many aspects of migration, which do not only deal with European mobility, but also deals with the non-EU countries, as we could listen in the speech about Balkan Route So another aspect, the fourth aspect, which was mentioned by the experience of some countries in the east of Europe, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary. Well, I believe that in order to frame the migration in these three countries, migration which is oriented to the Western countries, Italy, Germany, and Austria particularly, and which is characterized, if we make an exception with Hungary, by a very low-skilled labor, and which is also denoted by a prevalence of female workers. This reality derives from the ashes, from the aftermath of the collapsing of communism in these countries, which revealed an administration, a power of the state, which was completely unable to define in an intelligent way any kind of transition, also because these powers, central powers, territorial powers, were characterized by the old communist staff. This staff couldn't even manage in a correct way, in a democratic way, mainly the processes of privatization of the economy. So there are also other things which we could add on the phenomenon of corruption, which was present even during the communist regime and which continued and got worse after. The result of this situation is and has been an impoverishment generally of the population. This impoverishment characterized the separation between the cities and the rural realities, and this led to a phenomenon of migration of these people with which are basically the low-skilled labor towards the West, like Italy, and we're speaking about Romanians. These people work in the sector of agriculture with scarce or absent protection. These people are exploited. These situations are similar to those of slaves, and this situation got even worse during the pandemic, because we had the need that the food supply chain didn't stop, so these people continued to work, becoming also carriers of the virus. So these people were not protected at all. So the Balkan Route gives us an idea, an overview of how the migration, if is managed poorly within these countries for their citizens, then we can realize what happens when, thanks to an agreement, which is not a positive agreement between Europe and Turkey, when the flow of migrants which privileged the Mediterranean route, then decided to privilege the so-called Balkanic route. Greece, Serbia, Croatia, with all the phenomena of people being rejected, where the police were very violent, generating a situation which was not human, which was not tolerable. And this happened in the European Union, whose values are pillars, and these are respecting people, protecting those who are fleeing wars, hunger, persecutions, and racism. We all saw this. We read the stories of the situation which was created in the borders of Bosnia and Croatia.
I would like to add also a few words on the roundtable. Which gave us new inputs. The participants to the roundtable left Italy looking for a better future and found their opportunities in 3 different countries. But they also highlighted the obstacles and difficulties which they encountered and the new problems now that the Brexit is outlining a new scenario and the heavy consequences of this decision. So, in short, we can say that Europe is a place where you can look for security. Against what? Against the pandemic, for example. We can say that Europe didn't respond promptly to the epidemic at the beginning of last year because all states were acting individually, whereas in a second moment, Europe acted as a whole, despite of the many uncertainties which still affects Europe due to the virus. In Europe, we have the chance to overcome the pandemic. The resources are there. We should not forget the multi-annual financial plan 2021-2027 added to the Next Generation Fund and the Recovery Fund. Italy and Europe have over 1,700 billion euros to spend in the next 7 years. How can we use these resources? We have to continue to keep in mind the rights of people, the human rights, right to life for those who flee war, famines, and need to be saved. Some casualties are to be remembered of people who tried to cross the Mediterranean, right to be welcomed, the right to a shared management of all migration flows. What does it mean? We should have shared principles, legal principles and values in all European member states, and the right to have a European legal framework to protect the work of everyone. We should not tolerate anymore the slavery situations which marked the experience, the working experience that we have witnessed in the countryside of the south of Italy, but also in the north of Italy. For this reason, we can use the recovery fund, which is a high amount of money, a share of which will get to Italy, 209 billion euro. There is also the system of the social pillars, which we dealt with EDSA. If the system is implemented, it should lead Europe to creating a European legal and protection framework to prevent inequalities, discrimination in the labor market in the European countries. And I would like to conclude highlighting the role of the associations. What role can they play in this moment? The associations can definitely play an important role. They are supervisors. They should highlight possible delays and mistakes in the application and management of all these opportunities which Europe put forward. I believe that our effort should lead us to pay more attention to the so-called new migration phenomenon involving young people that the Associazione Trentini del Mondo is dealing with. The new type of migration has different features in comparison to what was happening in the past. The migration which took place in the post-war years of the first generation of migration. They are different today. So I would like to close like this. If you want, I would like to spend a few more words on that. Definitely migration is different today in comparison to what was happening in the 19th century. However, over these 2 days, we had a set of keywords, and one is exploitment. Definitely, exploitment was mentioned by Edith Pichler in her report on the features of the new migrants because of the low wages and low-skilled workers who take up the jobs which are refused by German workers. Generally speaking, we're talking about temporary jobs, seasonal jobs, where workers can easily be fired and where it is difficult to protect the workers because sometimes these workers don't speak German and cannot speak with the trade unions. So definitely exploitation is one of the key words of the conference, and this happens in Italy as well, above all in the agricultural sector. Then we spoke about exodus, used above all when describing Eastern European countries, and I'm thinking about Bulgaria above all. So migration needs to be paid attention to. Above all for these countries, I agree. They don't have a long democratic history. Democracy started 20-25 years ago, without denying that the Western democracies do have troubles and flaws as well. However, their past was marked by the presence of a society where the individuals were less important than the society as a whole, and where individuals had to face the labor markets. We're talking about new member states of the European Union. I believe they have accessed the European Union too fast. Maybe we should have waited for them to better develop their national identity before becoming EU member states. Nationalisms are emerging in various countries, whereas certain values are not as important as they should be. Therefore, migrants decided to migrate because they were not able to find their dignity in their country of origin. If we look at the average salary in Bulgaria and Romania, we can perceive that there is a very wide gap in comparison to the average European salaries. So migrants decided to leave their countries of origin in order to look for a better living conditions, better jobs, better income, and also to be able to support financially their families. That happens, for example, for the female caretakers who migrate to Western unions. So on the one side, we have the negative element of families having to part, but also the positive elements of these workers being able to send money to their families of origin, so they can improve the living conditions of their families, but also of the country as a whole. We should also measure the human costs, the number of families who parted because of that, the sufferings brought about migration, of exodus. A question from the public. During the pandemic, Europe underwent a panic reaction. Everyone seemed to be acting alone. So Europe seemed to be lacking union. Do you agree? Do you think this is true, or do you think Europe was able to act in a united way afterwards? In the articles published by the magazine of the Trentino Mondo, we can say that the first moments of the pandemic was marked by a lot of confusion, with all states moving independently without the necessary information, and citizens had the perception of an inefficient European Union. The citizens were still thinking of the financial crisis for which the European Union was not able to respond. So Europe wasn't prompt in responding to the crisis. However, in a second moment, we had a better result. The Commission President von der Leyen realized that Europe had to act as one, and I think a significant change took place also in making these economic resources available. We should not forget that such resources, and above all a share of the recovery fund, will be funded by European shares, because these shares will be guaranteed by the European Union through the member states, because the European Union doesn't have direct income, if not connected with the VAT applied on products coming from third countries. But I believe this is an important step forward, even if this is not enough. Member states are now in charge of accelerating the national plans to relaunch the economy of the member states and the resilience during the pandemic, which is extremely challenging in Italy, for example, because of the delays, because of the confusion that we are witnessing. And confusion also affects the use and the delivery of vaccines. Some regions in Italy cooperate in order to try and get as many vaccines as possible. We don't know anything about any guarantees, and Italy was warned about it by the European Union. So the situation is still very unclear, and I believe that the results of this challenge are in the hands of the national institutions and local administrations. Because I believe that the use of resources has to be managed by both national and local administrations, where they belong to the multi-annual financial framework. This is true for the policies regarding research, cohesion. Last year we discussed about the use of the 44 billions of the funds of the European Fund of Regional Development, which were given to Italy for the 7 years 2013-2020. We found out that only 30% of the available money was actively used, and Sicily was the worst in the management of such European funds. A further keyword, which was often repeated in the various speeches, we have listened to many figures, the exodus from the eastern countries, the people who are following the Balkan Route, and the personal experiences of the people that we listened to during the round table. I believe that all these speeches shared an appeal, a call that when we talk about migrants, we're talking about humans. I totally agree. Over the last few years, the financial crisis prompted people to look for opportunities at home and to be extremely protective, leading to racism, to speaking about the invasion of migrants with dangerous mottos for the Italians first. I hope we simply ran a risk and that this is not a real dimension of the problem. We forgot how to look at other people as people. We have to look at the face of migrants, at the face of people who are looking for help, people who are losing their job. If you look at the face of a person, then you have to understand the human features of the person. If I cannot look at the face of the people, then I believe it will be very difficult to overcome positively also the pandemic. We are uncertain about the future. We don't know how long it will last. If we are not aware of how important it is to help each other, we risk to allow the pandemic win against us. Thank you, Vittorino Rodaro, for concluding and closing this conference with the final remarks, starting from the various speeches given during the last 2 days. We thank all participants and speakers of this first online streaming conference with negative and positive aspects connected with the online version. I would like to thank everyone who has allowed the organization of the Congress, Michele, Gabriele, Paolo and Matthias, the technicians who have been working at technical level to organize the screens, the microphones and everything. We would like to thank also the two interpreters who took charge of the translation of the various speeches, and the entire staff of Trentini nel Mondo, because you only saw a few faces on screen, but the offices of Trentini nel Mondo, from where we are broadcasting, are full of people who cooperated. This year we had to organize the seminar from here, and the entire staff continued to work during this streaming event, collecting the questions coming on the chat and checking that everything was working properly. So I believe that we can close the conference with a positive evaluation. We had in total 120 participants, usually 30 to 40 people participating in all speeches. We of course wish we will be able to meet in person next time in a room, because of course the speeches delivered by the speakers are fundamental, but the conferences and congresses also usually offer the opportunity for a personal exchange of information and experiences which go beyond the content of the speeches. So let's hope that the pandemic will be over soon and will allow us to organize the next edition in person. So we hope to meet you very soon, and let's meet at the next edition of the EDSA UNAIE conference. Thank you all again. Thank you.